Chapter 1328. Little rotten child, let's see if you still dare to be so stubborn. A group of older children rushed over. This dirty child's clothes were tattered. His little face was green and purple, and there were quite a few bruises on his body. However, he was very fierce and stubborn. He didn't say a word and fought back with all his strength, beating two 11 or 12-year-old children until they cried out in pain. Everyone, let's go together and beat this wild child to death. What unrivaled ancestor! Didn't he still get beaten to death? A few children shouted and went forward with small wooden sticks. The little rotten child swung his fist with all his strength. With a peng sound, he smashed an older child's face. Blood flowed out from his nose, and he immediately began to cry. Some of the children wanted to retreat. Although it was a group of people bullying one person, they were still afraid and didn't dare to attack again. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a little rotten child. An older child walked out. His palm shone as he slapped towards the little rotten child. He actually knew some cultivation methods. Pung! The little rotten child was immediately sent flying and fell into a corner. A group of children swarmed over, punching and kicking him. I'll beat you to death. Let's see if you're still so stubborn. What broken holy physique. It's already declined, yet you still keep saying it, thinking it's arrogance. One or two of these children's identities were quite extraordinary. They had successfully built a foundation on this difficult ancient star and established a strong foundation. Otherwise, this group of children really wouldn't be able to do anything to the little rotten child who was born with divine strength. Aya, he's going to die. Stop kicking him. Suddenly, someone cried out. The group of children immediately jumped away. Although they were shouting fiercely, they were still afraid of killing someone. They all felt a bit uneasy. Don't worry, he won't die. His skin is rough and his flesh is thick. He's a natural sandbag. However, let's stop here for today. If he breaks, who will accompany Tsang to practice? The Tsang family will blame and punish us. The group of children scattered in confusion. Only the little rotten child was left. He was curled up in a corner with blood dripping from his forehead. There were bruises on his face, but his eyes were very bright. He was like a fierce little tiger and didn't give up. Yi Fan calmly watched everything. At this time, he walked into the small alley and looked at him. Does it hurt? Although the little rotten child was only 6 or 7 years old, he was very vigilant. He didn't say a word and stood up to retreat. As the descendant of the holy physique, why was he beaten up? Yi Fan asked. The little rotten child still did not speak. His dirty little face was tense, and his childish expression carried a kind of distress. It was obvious that his heart was not very calm. Is the holy body very powerful? Yi Fan asked again. You aren't allowed to look down on the ancestor with the divine body. He is extremely powerful and unmatched. The little rotten child finally erupted with power. He was like a little tiger, and his eyes were a bit sharp. Then why were you beaten? The world has changed. I can't cultivate. The little rotten child clenched his little fists tightly. He didn't cry when he was beaten just now, but now he secretly wiped away his tears and said, if I can cultivate, no one can humiliate my ancestors, not even those who have the tyrant of the firmament blood flowing in their bodies. Yi Fan squatted down and stroked his head. He sighed softly. As expected, the little guy had encountered the same problem as he had in the past. His hand moved past those bruises. Strands of multicolored light flashed past, and then the hidden injuries on the little rotten child's body completely healed. The blood stain on his forehead disappeared, and not even a scar was left behind. The little rotten child's taut body relaxed a bit. He looked at him in confusion, not knowing why he was so kind-hearted as to treat his injuries. He was completely different from the people he had met in the past. Do you want to cultivate? Yi Fan asked. I want to, but I can't cultivate. I just can't cross that barrier. The little rotten child was a bit discouraged and full of unwillingness. He lowered his head and pulled at the corners of his tattered clothes. If you want to, I can teach you. What great Tao suppression, what heaven and earth natural laws. They're all nothing. Yi Fan said. Really? The little rotten child's large eyes immediately lit up, but they quickly dimmed again. He lowered his head and said, we've tried many methods, but it still doesn't work. Do you still have any relatives in your family? Yi Fan asked. I have a grandfather. His legs aren't that good, his body not that great. The little rotten child replied truthfully. From his clothes, one could tell that his family's circumstances weren't that great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like a little beggar, chased and bullied by a group of children. Yi Fan stroked his 4 limbs. His bones were outstanding, extremely suitable for cultivation. Then, he placed his palm on his sea of reincarnation. It didn't exceed his expectations. It was just like when he was in the past. This place was like a piece of divine metal that was difficult to melt. A streak of golden radiance shot out from Yi Fan's fingertip. With a shrill sound, it entered this child's body. The little rotten child immediately cried out in alarm, his body trembling. His body began to shine. Every single blood vessel became sparkling and translucent, strand after strand of golden specks of light moving about. It really isn't bad. There is so much golden blood hidden within, not far from an exceptional talent divine body. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. This was a descendant of a true divine body. Even though endless time had passed, the divine blood within his body didn't decrease, still shockingly rich. It was just that it was hidden. This was a type of ancestral reversion, not a true divine body. However, if one continuously cultivated it, they could reach the peak, transforming into an exceptional talent divine body. This really was an astonishing matter. The bloodline of a divine body had long been severed in Big Dipper. They never expected to encounter a little rotten child here with such astonishing potential. The so-called not being able to cultivate, being suppressed by the great Tao, for Yi Fan, this wasn't something that couldn't be broken through. Uncle, can you really let me cultivate, break through this trial? The little rotten child was nervous. When he saw Yi Fan directly touch his bones, not saying anything, he felt extremely uneasy inside. He raised his head, a hopeful expression written all over his little face. His black and white eyes were full of desire, and he nervously grabbed the corner of his little clothes. Opening the door to cultivation isn't much. The most difficult thing is to break through the curse. Back then, a divine king senior used his divine blood to wash the diagram of the way for me, and he almost lost his life. Yi Fan was absent-minded, thinking of the exceptional divine king Jiang Taishu. This kind of kindness was difficult to repay. Close to 100 years had passed in a hurry, and everything seemed to be still in front of him. The divine king's white robes were dyed in blood, defying the heavens to help him continue on his path. He was able to have everything he had today because the white-robed divine king fought for him with his life. Otherwise, he might have always been obstructed and suppressed by the Tao, and it would have been difficult for him to have the results he had today. This road is very bumpy. My predecessors shed their divine blood for me, using their lives to exchange for the road ahead for me. Now, it's time for me to do something for my descendants, Yi Fan said to himself. Uncle, can I really cultivate? The little rotten child raised his head, and there were actually tears in his bright eyes. They were about to fall. You can. However, to truly break through the final shackles, you still need to rely on yourself and some opportunities, Yi Fan said, patting his head and giving an affirmative answer. Back then, the white-robed divine king must have reached the Saint Plain. He used his divine blood to wash the diagram of the way and break the curse of the divine body, but he almost lost his life. In the end, he succeeded, but Yi Fan still suffered injuries of the great path. At that time, it could be said that there were many twists and turns. Yi Fan left the northern region alone and entered the forbidden area of the barren antiquity. In the end, he only managed to fight for a path of survival by the skin of his teeth. Now, his strength was also at the Saint Plain, so he could naturally wash the diagram of the way with blood and fight for a path for the little rotten child. However, he did not know if he could avoid the hidden injuries of the Great Path. This was a very quiet corner of the city. The courtyard did not look small, but it was extremely shabby. This was probably an ancient building left behind from the past. Xianxia had never been as happy as he was today. His little face was filled with excitement. With a bang, he pushed open the broken wooden door and shouted, "Grandfather, I can cultivate." There were several ancient trees in the courtyard, and there were many fallen leaves on them. An old yellow dog barked and welcomed the little rotten child Xianxia. Then, it bared its teeth at Yifan. An old man with a slight limp walked over from the side of the well. His clothes were full of patches and were similarly tattered. He had a head full of white hair and looked very old. He put down the wooden bucket and walked over from the well. Xianxia was old and frail. His face was covered in wrinkles and his eyes were turbid. He hobbled over and looked at Yifan. "You are?" "Grandfather, he has a saint body that can cultivate. If I hand over Shi'er's cultivation method, I will be able to cultivate soon. I am no longer afraid of them. No one can humiliate our ancestor. I must defeat the person with the tyrant ether blood flowing in my body." The little rotten child shouted in an incomparably serious manner. His little face was flushed with excitement, and his little hands were clenched into fists. Yifan's body was glowing, and the golden blood in his body rumbled like thunder. However, he controlled the pressure very well and did not rush out. He only let the old man feel the unique aura of a saint body. He was very direct and did not hide anything. He stated his purpose of coming. Otherwise, no matter how excited a child was, it would still arouse suspicions. The old man was stunned. In the next moment, he actually let out a muffled roar. It was as if he had been suppressed for many years. Like an old lion, he roared in grief, "The heavens have pity on us." "No, this has nothing to do with the heavens. We must go against the heavens and break through all obstacles. Our saint body lineage can finally cultivate." He seemed to be filled with endless depression. At this moment, tears streamed down his wrinkled face. Back then, our ancestor died under the hands of someone with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body. We cannot accept this. He roared angrily. It was as if he was feeling endless pressure and sullen. In the past, after that saint body died in battle, his descendants stepped into the starry sky and learned of everything here. They were inconsolable with grief, and as a result, they stopped forever. They set foot on this ancient star, and only this lineage was left. Our ancestor had long foreseen that the heaven and earth's natural laws might change, and that the saint body lineage would decline further and further. Who would have thought that you would be able to go against this? Elder Xianxia was crying and laughing at the same time. Many years of suppression made him look a bit crazy. This was a declining family, and the saint body lineage had almost been severed. However, there seemed to be a few great secrets hidden within their hearts. Yifan knew that if it wasn't for the successive envoys' care, the declining saint body lineage would have long ceased to exist. Being able to reach this step today truly wasn't easy. The saint body family's future was bleak, and there were a few ancient secrets buried within their hearts. Regardless of whether it was the little rotten child or this elder with one foot in the grave, the blood of their ancestors dyed the world beyond, their bones buried in a foreign land. They firmly believed that the saint body was unmatched. "Do you really think so?" Yifan asked the little rotten child. Xianxia's clothes were tattered, but at this time, she was like an angry little tiger. She shouted, "I firmly believe that the saint body ancestor is the strongest. If I can cultivate, if someone with the tyrant firmament blood appears in the future, I will fight 10 of them alone." Xianxia didn't speak of that battle, but everything was written on his aged face. Too much time had passed, and Yifan didn't delve into the various aspects of that battle. It was already too late to change anything. How I wish that those who fought against the saint body all survived. I don't wish for those people's tyrant firmament blood to solidify. I hope that one day, I can personally suppress them, Yifan said calmly. But in the ears of the grandfather and grandson, it was like a clap of thunder. Yang Yinting said with a trembling voice, "This isn't too possible. Too much time has passed. Even if you stand at the peak of humanity, it won't be enough. There will be a day when you grow old." When Yi Fan heard this, he didn't refute, nor did he reply. He only looked up at the sky, at the boundless starry sky. Chapter 1329. Although the courtyard was dilapidated, it was very tranquil. A few ancient trees swayed gently, casting shade on the ground. Beside the ancient well, the rotten child fetched a basin of water and washed away the dirt, revealing a delicate and tender face. Saint Physique cultivates the secret realms. How come a small part of the ancient technique is missing? Yi Fan asked. Hearing this, the rotten child couldn't be bothered to wipe away the water on his face. He ran over to listen to his grandfather and Yi Fan's conversation. The yellow dog stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail. It circled around his grandfather with a fawning look on its face. Under an old peach tree, Yi Fan and Yang Yinting sat on a bluestone, discussing the ancient technique. Elder Yang Yinting was shocked. This secret technique was passed down from generation to generation. Could it be that a part of it was lost along the way? Too much time had passed and it was hard to find out. The most precious ancient technique in their hearts was actually missing. The grandfather and grandson were very nervous and anxious. This was because their ancestor had said that this was the Tao of the Saint Physique and it couldn't be lost. Only by cultivating this technique would one be able to reach the grand completion. That's fine, I'll help you guys complete it. Yi Fan released a strand of his divine sense, engraving this world-shaking ancient technique into their hearts. Yi Fan stayed here and spent the next few days teaching Yang Shi. This child was very talented. Coupled with his diligent cultivation, his performance was extremely stunning. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here was dry, but to Yi Fan, it wasn't a problem. He set up a small heaven origin rune channel and gathered essence energy from all directions. In reality, he could directly take out pieces of divine origin and turn this place into a heavenly paradise. However, he didn't want to let this rotten child come into contact with this cultivation environment. Calm your mind and focus, open the sea of bitterness. Under the ancient tree, Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He urged Yang Shi to focus his mind and open the sea of bitterness, to break the shackles. Yi Fan helped him activate his bloodline, awakening the dormant golden saint blood. Then, he stood to the side. 4 hours later, the unshakable sea of bitterness suddenly shone brightly, as if it had melted, and specks of golden light appeared. Ah! I've guided in spiritual energy. I can cultivate now. The little rotten child was shocked. He opened his eyes, incredibly excited, directly jumping up and down. Seeing that Yi Fan was glaring at her, Yang Shi hurriedly sat back down and apologized. Master, I was wrong. I was just too emotional. The past few generations of my family have not been able to overcome this hurdle. Yi Fan nodded and did not blame him. The declining divine physique race could not even open up the sea of sufferings in recent generations, so he could understand their current mood. The old man, Yang Yunting, was fetching water from the well to water the vegetable garden. At this moment, he was genuinely happy. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have lessened a little. This ancient star was even more powerful than the Big Dipper. The suppression was even more powerful. The Saint Physique couldn't even pass through the sea of suffering. It really made one feel helpless. Following that, the little rotten child became even more serious, cultivating the Tao scripture. This was an ancient and profound scripture, and could be said to be the best of the reincarnation sea scriptures. Yi Fan's disciples, from Yi Tong to Komatsu to Flower, had dabbled in it. Yi Fan told them to study it seriously. Perhaps it could affect their entire lives. Now that he met the little rotten child, he still used this scripture to build his foundation. Yi Fan had created this scripture, but as of now, he had not cultivated it to perfection, so he did not easily teach it to his disciples. At the same time, he did not want his disciples to copy his path. The little rotten child did not know about the Tao scripture, but the old man Yang Yinting had heard of it before. He was shocked. Using this scripture as a guide, this foundation was too deep and firm. Xianxia closed her eyes. Although she was young and immature, she was like a boulder as she sat there cross-legged. She did not move at all, and her faith was firm as she wholeheartedly immersed herself in cultivating. Opening up the sea of sufferings was not something that could be accomplished in a single step. Just now, the dormant golden blood in her body had temporarily boiled, and now it had calmed down. Yi Fan nodded. This was the way to go. He had led the little rotten child on the path of cultivation. A rice-sized light had appeared in his sea of sufferings, and he needed to continuously expand it. Little rotten child, come out. In the alleyway, some children were shouting. Trash holy body, come out. What ancestor is the strongest? Someone with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body has come to suppress you. Some children were jeering. Xianxia opened his eyes. There was anger on his young and tender face, but after glancing at Yi Fan, he quickly calmed down. He did not hear, and focused on cultivating, eliminating all distractions. Yi Fan nodded. For a 6 or 7-year-old child to be able to calm down so quickly and let the anger and grievances in his heart dissipate, it was truly not easy. The person who specializes in killing the holy body has arrived. The tyrant ether blood will sweep through everything. Little rotten child, come out and see how powerful the bloodline of the person who defeated your ancestor is. A group of children clamored. Yang Yinting sighed and shook his head helplessly. Xianxia was very quiet and did not say a word. He sat cross-legged on the limestone, seizing every second to cultivate. He truly treasured this hard-to-come opportunity. After a long time, there were still children shouting outside. They persevered and did not want to leave. In the end, with a bang, the door was kicked open. Yang Yinting saw a child at the back of the crowd. His expression froze, and an extremely complicated and cold expression appeared on his wrinkled face. He then turned his head. A child from the Tsang clan? Yi Fan asked. Yes. Yang Yinting nodded, as if he was very unwilling to mention this clan. There was a kind of anger and knot in his heart that was difficult to dissolve. Xianxia, go. Yi Fan spoke, stopping the rotten child from cultivating and allowing him to leave. In the alleyway, a group of children were shouting at Xianxia, but they were very afraid of a child wearing treasured clothes. When they saw him wave his hand, they all stopped, not daring to say anything. It was very difficult to cultivate on this ancient planet, and only in this region could one barely do so. This city was located in this Dao land, and most of the people living in this city were disciples of ancient sects who knew how to cultivate. These children came from various large and small sects, and they were all very afraid of the child in the middle, following his lead. His name was Tsang Yun, and he would only appear once every 10 days to half a month. Every time he came out, he would find the rotten child and beat him until his head bled. This time was the same. Is this the child of the tyrant ether bloodline from another ancient planet? Yi Fan asked. Yang Yinting nodded, and his expression was very cold. He hated this clan more and more. These past few years, they had become more and more excessive, continuously trampling on the dignity of the Saint Physique bloodline. They are the descendants of the tyrant Physique. Most of their bloodline is already thin, but it does not affect their cultivation. In order to establish faith, they specially sent some children to this planet. How many years had it been like this? Yang Yinting sometimes thought about it and felt very sad. The Saint Physique bloodline of the human race had become the sparring partner of others, and they were bullied like this. When he was paying his respects in front of the lonely grave in the human race's holy land, Yi Fan had already learned from the whispers of the two saints that the person with the tyrant ether bloodline had been buried on another ancient planet. There were descendants of this clan that came to guard the tomb, and they had never left. Comparatively speaking, that clan was quite different from this one. Even though their bloodline had become thin with the passage of time, never producing a true tyrant physique, they were still extremely powerful. For the sake of nurturing the next generation, the Heaven clan would do anything. When they were very young, they would be sent to this ancient planet where cultivation was difficult for them to live for a few years, allowing them to understand the changes of the Tao. They would struggle, sharpen, and comprehend through hardship. This was an ancestral rule that could not be changed. When Yi Fan heard this, he was moved. He felt that this clan was unordinary. However, since the ancient times, the descendants of the tyrant ether bloodline had gone too far, making a few children target the Saint Physique bloodline. They would often bully them, and each time, they would be beaten until their heads bled. Tyrant physiques are innately stronger than saint physiques, unmatched under the heavens. You all have to surpass them since you were young, trample them under your feet, and establish an unmatched faith. This was what someone from the tyrant ether bloodline clan said. They actually taught their children like this. Elder Yang Yinting would always feel grief and indignation whenever he thought of this. Brat with saint physique, you're no good. How can you be a match for the tyrant physique? Today, you'll be beaten until your head bleeds again, many children shouted. Yang Shi had just started to open up the sea of bitterness and had just started. Although he was born with divine strength, he was still not the opponent of the child who had already established his foundation for many years and understood Tao techniques. Sang Yun was not old, but he had a kind of coldness that did not match his age. He sent the rotten child flying with a kick, and then he followed, stepping on his chest. My ancestor won. The tyrant ether bloodline will forever be stronger than the saint physique. Now, every generation of us will step on the bodies of your clan. You will never be a match for us. Although Yang Yinting was very old, he was still angered by a child. He picked up a hammer in the courtyard and was about to rush out. He had a lame leg, and it was left behind when he fought angrily for his son. And now, his grandson was treated like this, often being bullied. His chest was violently bullied, and his face was flushed red. Yi Fan pulled him back. A strand of golden light rose from the ground, entering the body of the child Sang Yun, making him lose his strength in an instant. Although it was beneath his status to deal with a child like this, it was necessary at the moment. The rotten child's strength was very great, and he flipped Sang Yun over in an instant. He swung his fists fiercely, and in just a few blows, Sang Yun's nose was caved in. Snot and tears flowed down continuously, and blood flowed continuously. Not to mention the fact that you don't have the tyrant ether blood in your body, even if you did, it would be nothing. If I cultivated for the same amount of time, I could beat 100 of you by myself. My ancestor was stronger than the overlord physique. The other children were all scared silly, not knowing what to do. In that era, when the saint physique fell, the person with the tyrant ether blood in his body also died not long after, right? Asked Yi Fan. He originally didn't want to touch Yang Yinting's sore spot, but he still had to clarify. Yang Yinting nodded and said, after that battle, he was unable to leave the 50th pass of the human race. 10 years later, he passed away in meditation on an ancient planet with life not far away. Legend has it that in the end, wisps of emperors might leaked out, but the internal injuries acted up, and he was torn into pieces in the end. This caused that ancient planet to become a strange place, completely different from this planet. Yi Fan nodded and said, seems like I also need to go to that planet to take a look. Ah. On the ground, Sang Yun shouted and screamed, snot and tears flowing down his face. Yang Shi was like a little tiger sitting on his body, beating him continuously, venting out all the grievances in his heart. Sang Yun, you really are an idiot. You can't even beat the little trash of the Saint Physique lineage. He can't even cultivate, but you were ridden by him and beaten up. You have completely lost the face of our race. In the distance, a few older children walked over. They were all 12 or 13 years old, and their cultivation wasn't weak for their age. Even though only a thin power of their bloodline was left, they could still cultivate. The descendants of this race hadn't been buried in the dust of history. These children were all very cold. Divine light flickered when they came up, and they either flicked their fingers or lifted their feet. They wanted to suppress the little rotten child, and they had a natural sense of superiority and conceit. A few strands of golden light rushed up from the ground and drilled into their bodies. With Yi Fan here, how could he let the little rotten child continue to be bullied like before? Although this was a loss of status, it was nothing compared to helping Yang Shi get rid of the humiliation in his heart. Ah, The children who rushed over screamed one after the other as they were all knocked down by the little rotten child. One by one, he punched them until their mouths and noses were bleeding. All these years, Yang Yinting felt that he had lived a very sullen life. He didn't take good care of his son, and he passed away early. Now, his grandson was being bullied. Even though it was a few children who were being beaten up, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. This grandson of mine. Is he really returning to his ancestral roots? Does he have endless divine blood? He asked Yi Fan in a trembling voice, as if he had to make a decision. Yes, as long as he is willing to work hard, he won't be weaker than the Saint Physique ancestor, Yi Fan said. The ancestor left some things behind, and entrusted them to the guide's lineage for safekeeping. Perhaps, it will be of great use to you and my grandson. After saying these words, the old man seemed to have untied a knot in his heart, and he let out a long sigh. Chapter 1330. Yi Fan was startled. The divine physique had left something behind. What was it? It didn't seem to be an ordinary item. We have long lost the ability to protect it. If we hold it in our hands, others will definitely target it. We can only ask the guide clan to take care of it for us, Yang Yinting said. What exactly is it? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Some things left behind by our ancestors can only be opened by those with golden blood in their bodies, Yang Yinting said. He spoke of some past events. Before the divine physique ancestor stepped onto the starry sky ancient path, he had a premonition that the world would change in the future. The divine physique might decline and become more and more difficult. Thus, he left behind some things. Those with golden divine blood in their bodies can break through the world's shackles and break through, Yang Yinting said. However, the divine physique ancestor had solemnly told him that doing so could create an unparalleled expert and restore the declining divine physique to its former glory. Thus, it couldn't be used carelessly. It couldn't be used unless there was a dark upheaval or the human race was in danger. Only when the human race's divine physique was needed to quell the upheaval and suppress the world-destroying calamity could these things be taken out and the sealed divine physique of the human race could be unsheathed. Yi Fan sighed softly. Yang Yinting's ancestor truly had the world in his heart. His spirit could swallow mountains and rivers. This kind of breadth of mind was worthy of respect. How many people could compare to him? The dark upheaval hasn't appeared yet. If we use it like this, wouldn't it be too early? Yi Fan asked. I once heard that the path to immortality is about to open. The ancestor once said that there will be a great tribulation. The divine physique bloodline should reappear in such a great era, Yang Yinting said. The divine physique bloodline's ancestor had thought of many things. He had a premonition that the most glorious golden era would be accompanied by the most terrifying dark upheaval. When the dazzling prosperity came to an end, perhaps something cruel would happen. The divine blood in the Yang family's body was getting thinner and thinner. It would disappear sooner or later. Now that Yang Yinting heard Yi Fan say that his grandson had a large amount of golden blood in his body, he immediately thought of this. Perhaps this was the Yang family's last divine physique bloodline. In the future, it would be difficult for such a physique to appear again. It might completely disappear in the near future. Therefore, this might be the last chance for the ancestors' dying wish to be realized. It was to be used in the upcoming immortal ascension tribulation to suppress the most terrifying turmoil of the human race. When Yi Fan heard this, he fell silent. He felt sorrow for the ancestors of this bloodline. They cherished the world and were determined to protect the human race, yet in the end, their blood was shed in outer space and they died in a foreign land. It was truly tragic. Yang Yinting's brows furrowed and relaxed as if he was making some kind of decision. After a long time, he said, the path of immortalhood is about to open. The most terrifying turmoil in history is about to happen. My grandson is still young, he has no time to grow to that stage. The Saint Physique lineage can only rely on you. This old man wants to give you all of those things to help you reach the consummate realm and become invincible. Yi Fan shook his head and said, this was left behind by your ancestors, and will be inherited by Yang Shi. Besides, I've already broken through, so I don't need anything else. Awu. Tsang family's child cried out in alarm, cursing angrily. He was extremely unwilling, his weak will starting to cry. The rotten child could be said to have been a pitiful child these past few years. He was often bullied by these people and felt wronged, especially when he wanted to stop them from humiliating his ancestors. But every time, he would be beaten until his entire body was bruised and bruised. If it weren't for his special constitution, he would have long since died. He wouldn't have lived past 6 or 7 years. Now, everything was reversed. Xianxia waved his fists, venting the anger in his heart. The children of the Heaven clan were wailing like ghosts and wailing like gods, and blood flowed from their noses and mouths. The other children were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They scattered and fled, some of them even running to the Tsang family to deliver a message. "All right, let them go. When you're strong enough, you can go fight the entire Tsang family," said Yifan. He didn't really care about the Heaven clan's weak bloodline. His true enemies were the people with the tyrannical firmament blood in their veins, and not these descendants who would soon return to the mortal world. Xianxia stopped, panting, and kicked the children away one by one, no longer paying them any attention. "Leave this place and go to the human race's 50th pass. In the future, you all can stay there," Yifan said. In order to prevent anything unexpected from happening, they couldn't stay here anymore. The declining holy physique bloodline is truly bold. Let me see just what kind of person can beat these unworthy grandchildren of mine until their mouths and noses bleed. From the distance, a clear whistling sound rang out. A figure quickly approached. His strength couldn't be underestimated, far exceeding the peak strength of this ancient star. It was unknown how many years ago the Heaven clan began to let the children of the clan come out to temper themselves. They all had to comprehend for a few years on this withered star where it was difficult to cultivate. Normally, there were experts overseeing this place. This was an old man with snow-white hair, each strand sparkling. His skin was spotlessly white like jade, and his eyes were like 2 streaks of lightning. Yifan's expression was indifferent. "Leave after you've seen it. Don't look for trouble." "Who are you?" the old man asked. More than 10 people followed behind him, including the crying children. "I will go to another ancient star to take a look, and pay a visit to your clan," Yifan said. This was a decision he had made a long time ago. He wanted to see the remains of the peak human Dao expert with the tyrannical firmament blood flowing through his body. Audacious. Who do you think you are? You dare to say such words? Are you related to the holy physique bloodline? The people behind him pressed forward like a group of divine lions, emitting a terrifying domineering aura. This was a pressure unique to this race. Even though their bloodline was thinned to such an extent, it was still like a raging wave, intimidating all the cultivators in the city. The ancestor of the holy physique bloodline was defeated and killed by my clan's ancestor. What qualifications do you have to say such words? The ancient tomb divine park of the tyrannical firmament bloodline isn't a place you can step foot in. A person shouted. Yifan coldly swept his gaze over. The golden light in his eyes erupted. Although this person had reached the king realm, at this moment, he still felt his blood run cold, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Thump, 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 these people couldn't help but retreat, especially those leaders who were overbearing just now. Their legs trembled, almost suffocating under this pressure. Holy physique, a holy physique with great accomplishments in cultivation. One of them cried out loudly. Blood sprayed out from his mouth, and his face was like golden paper. Yifan didn't deliberately release his aura. It was only wisps, but it already shocked them. Both sides were old enemies, so they were the most sensitive. I don't want to make things difficult for you all. Unless the true tyrannical firmament blood appears, you all aren't worth me taking action. All of you can leave. Yifan spoke calmly, but in the ears of these people, it was like thunder. These people came to denounce him, but at this moment, all of their faces were pale. They didn't say a single word, turning around to leave. The other powers in the city were all scared, and none of them dared to say anything. Not a single person stood out, and it was momentarily extremely quiet. The realm gate opened, and Yang Yinting led the little kid back to take one last look at the dilapidated courtyard. After that, he followed Yi Fan and crossed the void, rushing towards the 50th pass of the human race. The flourishing 50th pass was like a heavenly city compared to the cities on the withered star. It sat in the starry sky, and when one raised their head and looked up, they could see the boundless universe. This place was extremely flourishing. The guide envoy had a curly beard on his face, and his figure was tall and sturdy. His name was Zhao Goni, and he looked very boorish. At this moment, he was in a donkey restaurant, drinking alone. There was a jug of aged wine and a few plates of cooked meat. "Uncle Big Beard." Yang Shi called out. He had seen the guide envoy once before. Yi Fan laughed. Calling this person uncle? Only a little kid who didn't know anything could call him uncle. The guide envoy didn't know how old he was, but he knew that 4,000 years ago, he was scammed by a divine donkey. Yang Yinting stepped forward and bowed. He knew that it was the guide envoy who protected their bloodline. Otherwise, their race would have most likely ceased to exist. The guide envoy, Zhao Goni, understood the purpose of their visit. He nodded and said, "You want to take back those things? All right, I don't know how many generations they've been preserved for, but they're about to be buried in dust." They arrived at the city lord's manor, and once again entered the sealed area. Yang Shi was amazed by everything he saw. In the past, he was a pitiful little kid who was bullied by others, and had never left that city. Now that he saw the sun, moon, and stars appearing together in the sky, he was completely puzzled. At this moment, his tattered clothes had been taken off, and he had changed into clean clothes. He looked very delicate and young. Yang Yinting was a little nervous. The ancestral object was about to appear, and he found it hard to calm his heart. The guide envoy, Zhao Goni, opened a sealed treasury, and pushed open a pair of huge stone doors. Inside, there were many treasures and lights overflowing with colors. Without any delay, he took out a stone box from the innermost layer and solemnly handed it over to Yang Yinting. "AI." Zhao Goni sighed softly. The stone box was covered in dust, but even someone as powerful as a saint couldn't open it. After so many years, it had never seen the light of day, and the ancestral object was sealed within. Only the human race's holy physique bloodline can open it, and if a peerless character with great power tries to forcefully open it, it will shatter, and nothing will be left. Yi Fan received it, and it felt heavier than a mountain. He felt deep respect for the holy physique bloodline's ancestor. He naturally wouldn't let Yang Shi spill her golden blood. He cut his wrist, and strands of golden light flowed down, entering the stone box. Kacha. With a light sound, the stone box bounced open, and the power of time filled the air. It also carried an aura of great vicissitudes, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. "Ancestor!" Yang Yinting shouted loudly. Yang Shi also felt an aura of bloodline connection, and she gently wept, wiping away her tears. When the human race's holy physique needs him, he will definitely stand up. He didn't leave these things behind to strengthen his descendants, but to quell the chaos of the darkness. The guide envoy, Zhao Goni, sighed. The 3 small jade bottles were no bigger than a thumb, and they were sparkling and translucent. The liquid inside could be seen clearly. These were the 3 most divine and sacred medicines of the human race. The first small jade bottle contained golden blood. Even though hundreds of thousands of years had passed, it was still dazzling, as if divine gold had melted. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Yi Fan faced it, and thunder rumbled within his body. His own golden blood surged, resonating with the small jade bottle. Chapter 1331. Inside the second small jade bottle, golden multicolored light and bright red radiance shot out at the same time. It was beautiful and dazzling, holy and otherworldly. This was actually a mixture of golden and bright red blood. When they merged together, they turned into brilliant radiance that illuminated an eternal divine ring. Holding it in his hand, it was as if he was standing under the heavens, turning into an immortal king. He was surrounded by all types of immortal splendor, and with the addition of a divine ring, he became the supreme being of the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was extremely strange. The small jade bottle was only the size of a thumb, yet it shot out immortal light. The aura was majestic and dignified, as if a true unmatched divine body was reviving. Golden multicolored light flickered, making the blood within Yifan's body surge even more violently. Meanwhile, that bright red light left him with a type of indescribable shock. This small jade bottle was even more brilliant than the first one. It was definitely a priceless divine treasure. Apart from this, there was also a third small jade bottle. The inside of the sparkling and translucent container was a bright red color. It wasn't blinding, and it didn't release endless divine splendor either. It was calm and peaceful. The small jade bottle was sparkling, and the liquid inside could be seen clearly. This was the only blood that didn't shine. It was calm and gave off an intimate aura. Inside the bottle, the bright red blood didn't release any powerful fluctuations, nor did it release any astonishing aura. However, holding it in one's hand made one's body and mind feel tranquil. Moreover, when this bright red liquid gathered together, it actually formed a human shape. It was like a thumb-sized immortal pill, warm and translucent. The third small jade bottle was definitely even more extraordinary, but he couldn't feel any special power. No matter how he observed it, it was calm and peaceful without any immortal radiance. Returning to the natural state. These words appeared in Yifan's mind. The divine body pursued the consummate realm, and the blood would turn into this type. The golden multicolored light would fade away, and it would become this bright red. No matter how powerful the first two types of blood were or how astonishing their fluctuations were, when Yifan held the third small jade bottle, he immediately calmed down. The restless golden blood within his body was originally surging like a long river, but at this moment, it was calm, making him feel as if he was in a secluded mountain valley. The 3 small jade bottles were all left behind by the divine body ancestor. This was an inheritance that transcended eras, representing a type of power that could break through the world's shackles. Every small jade bottle was priceless. As long as news of it leaked out, people would definitely fight over it, triggering a huge uproar. The envoy Zhao Gongyi sighed. The 3 jade bottles contain a type of power that can allow the divine body to break through the world's shackles and reforge its glory. This was definitely the essence of the blood, the essence of the immortal divinity, the most precious part of the divine blood. Who would have thought that they would be refined? Without a doubt, the most precious and rare was the third small jade bottle. That was the ultimate blood of a divine physique. It was rumored to possess undying, world-splitting, and other unmatched divine effects. The blood inside was in the shape of a human. His facial features were distinct, and strands of hair could be seen clearly. Upon closer inspection, there was a type of supreme being dignity to him, one that exuded power even without anger. This was clearly the divine physique himself. In order to refine such a small pot of divine blood essence, it was unknown just how much origin energy was consumed. It was definitely shocking. This was left for later generations. At first, they definitely couldn't ingest the red blood. They had to start from the golden blood, and when their strength reached a certain cultivation realm, they would ingest the 2-colored divine blood. This was left for later generations. At first, they definitely couldn't ingest the red blood. They had to start from the golden blood, and when their strength reached a certain cultivation realm, they would ingest the 2-colored divine blood. There was a process. These were all refined by the divine body ancestor himself. Not only is it his core essence, there are also his great Tao fragments inside, containing his methods. It is mysterious beyond mysterious, an inheritance that transcended generations. The envoy said. The third small jade bottle contained the human-shaped blood. Its appearance was clear. Yang Yinting received it. He knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he continuously muttered. When the rotten child saw his grandfather like this, he also continuously wiped away tears. He knew that this was the image of his ancestor, a tall and heroic male. Even though he had fallen, his blood still carried a type of divine charm. Back then, when Big Dipper calmed down, the ancestor didn't hesitate to pay the price, exhausting his source to refine these 3 jars of divine blood essence, leaving them for later generations. Who would have thought that he would never be able to return? Yang Yinting's old tears flowed down. That divine body ancestor had finished his worries. He left behind the blood essence, made the final arrangements, and then went on his way. After many years, his descendants found the human race's 50th pass. Many years passed. Regardless of whether it was the previous generations of divine body descendants or the occasional genius that appeared over the years, none of them opened the stone box. They strictly followed the ancestors' teachings. Unless the human race was in chaos, they wouldn't waste the blood, even if the race was declining. Yi Fan sighed. What else could he say? Yang Yinting knelt there, unwilling to get up for a long time. The rotten child choked with sobs, also knelt down, accompanying his grandfather. After an unknown period of time, the treasury finally calmed down. Old man Yang Yinting gave the human-shaped blood one last look, sincerely kowtowing, and then placed it into the stone box, handing it over to Yi Fan. It's more useful for you. This was all he said. Yi Fan shook his head, saying, I've already broken the curse and walked my own path. I have no use for it. I'll leave it for Yang Shi. The golden blood in his body flowed, breaking through all obstructions. It could continue to advance, transforming into the divine body ancestor. Yang Shi had returned to his ancestral form. Apart from his immaturity, he clearly resembled the ancestor. They were of the same race, and they shared the same blood. The ancestor's great Tao fragment was the most useful to the rotten child. Standing on the giant's shoulder, he could reach unimaginable heights in the future. This child is still young. It'll be too late by the time he grows up. It's best if you take it, old man Yang Yinting insisted. Yi Fan shook his head firmly, saying, to me, it's not necessary. I've already found my own path. Once the conditions are met, I can advance by leaps and bounds. When Yang Shi grows up, he'll most likely be identical to this blood-colored avatar. It would be a waste and a pity if I don't make him submit. Yi Fan refused. This was the key to unlocking the shackles of the divine body, and he had already walked his own path. He could advance by leaps and bounds, so there was no need to squander the fruit of his efforts. Envoy Zhao Gongyi nodded, saying, this is a divine body key. To him, it's not that meaningful anymore. It should be left for someone who needs it more. But he's still young. He might not make it in time. Yang Yinting glanced at his grandson. That might not be the case. It's said that the path to immortalhood is about to open, but until now, there's still no movement. It's just that the saints have arrived at the Big Dipper, Yi Fan said. After so many years, he had been paying attention to the movements of the path to immortalhood through the various envoys and other trial takers. In the ancient times, it was said that the path to immortalhood would appear. However, all the ancient emperors rushed over, but they all missed it. The path to immortalhood never appeared. Yi Fan spoke of the past and had his own judgment. He said, who knows if we'll miss it again in this generation? Maybe it won't appear. The ancient emperors were the strongest people in the world. Why did they all go to the Big Dipper? It was because they all predicted some things, but in the end, it was a waste of time. The envoy continued, perhaps that day will come when Yang Shi's generation has truly grown up. Who knows what will happen in the future? However, with 2 generations of divine bodies, there's nothing we can't suppress. In the end, Yi Fan did not accept the stone box. He returned it to Yang Yinting and told him to keep it properly. Moreover, in the end, Yi Fan helped this old man resolve the sea of bitterness, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. I'm already so old. I've already missed out on the good times. Yang Yinting smiled bitterly. Grandfather and grandson cultivating the Tao together. It's not necessarily a bad story. We'll go wherever we go. The envoy, Zhao Gongyi, laughed as well. I want to go to the ancient star where the ancestor of the tyrant blood clan is buried. I want to take a look. Yi Fan gazed at the land of life not too far away in the starry sky. I want to go too. The little kid clenched his fists and raised his little face, begging Yi Fan. Nonsense. What kind of place is that? How can you go? Yang Yinting put on a stern face, afraid that the little kid would drag Yi Fan down. Yi Fan immediately laughed. He shook his head at Yang Yinting and said, "It's fine." He looked at the little kid and said, "Come, let's go together and see if this clan can stop us." Starlight flickered in the cosmos. In the blink of an eye, a domain gate appeared on an ancient star. Two figures, one big and one small, walked out from within. This was a great star with dense spiritual energy. Ancient trees covered a vast expanse of verdant greenery. There were all kinds of majestic mountains, and a vast expanse of white waterfall hung down, reaching hundreds of thousands of zhang in height. The aura of life was extremely dense. There were many species of trees, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts roamed about. This was a rare land of life. However, after arriving here, Yi Fan's expression changed. Although the spiritual energy was dense, the great Tao of heaven and earth was so strange. It naturally clashed with him as if it wanted to suppress him. Yang Shi had resolved the sea of bitterness and could barely be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. At this moment, his heart was stuffy and his entire body was uncomfortable. He found it difficult to breathe in this world, and he was full of puzzlement. It really is as the rumors say, suppressing all other bloodlines. In the entire ancient star, only the tyrant Firmament bloodline is flourishing. It truly is tyrannical. Yi Fan said to himself. The ancestor of this clan stood at the peak of human Tao. He fell on this ancient star, causing great changes to take place between heaven and earth. Yi Fan led the little kid, traversing hundreds of li with a single step. They walked on the mountains and rivers, and they saw many ancient beasts and ferocious birds. They were all desolate ancient species, but there weren't many powerful ones that were suppressed by the great Tao laws here. Mountains and rivers flowed in reverse. Yi Fan arrived at the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire ancient star. This place was simply about to turn into liquid. Before they even got close, they could already feel waves of spiritual energy. Apes cried and tigers roared. In front of this primitive land, there was a giant mountain. It was verdant and lush, covered in vegetation as it towered between heaven and earth. Its shape was extremely strange, resembling a tomb. In reality, it was the resting place of the ancestor of the tyrant Firmament bloodline. This was a giant ancient tomb that was tens of thousands of zhang tall. It actually towered into the clouds. Vegetation grew all over the tomb. This was the source of spiritual energy, and it was almost about to turn into liquid. All types of grass grew crazily. Those who failed to break through to the great emperor realm all had different reactions. The most miserable one Yi Fan saw was that quasi-emperor whose body was surrounded by starry rivers. He even caused the death of his mother star and his own head to explode. The expert at the peak of human Tao with the tyrant Firmament bloodline flowing within him was known as an uncrowned emperor. He failed to break through to the great emperor realm, and when he transformed into the Tao, he caused an ancient star that was originally lacking in spiritual energy to become so verdant. It was a bit strange and terrifying. The little kid stared at the giant ancient tomb and clenched his little fists. His eyes immediately turned red, and he shouted with a sobbing tone, "I want to fight you." Yi Fan rubbed his head and didn't say anything. He brought him forward step by step, staring at the giant ancient tomb. In this place, he felt a type of tyranny, a type of suppression. This was a terrifying law that suppressed all Tao that was different from one's own. This person was able to intercept the human race's saint physique and live for 10 more years. This was enough to prove how powerful he was. This type of physique was known as an uncrowned emperor, known to be unrivaled throughout the universe. There was a certain reason for this, and it was truly extremely powerful. Chapter 1332. The great earth was verdant and full of vitality. There were some ancient vines that were over 10 li long, winding around several mountain peaks. There were even giant trees that were comparable to great mountains, towering high into the sky. This was a scene from the primordial era. Wild beasts ran amok on the great earth, roaring in the ancient forests. Vicious birds spread their wings and soared into the sky. It was as if they had arrived in a prehistoric world. Yi Fan led Xianxia forward. This place was filled with wondrous trees and precious grasses. There were all kinds of strange plants from the primordial era, and there were some spiritual medicines that could not be found elsewhere. The little rotten child found it difficult to breathe. His body was trembling, and he was being rejected by a type of tyrannical law. This place was extremely uncomfortable, but he stubbornly continued forward, not willing to stop even a single step. Yi Fan's body overflowed with specks of light, timely enveloping the little child's body. However, it didn't completely protect him, only allowing him to forcefully advance, doing his best to resist. The 10,000 Zhang ancient tomb was majestic and enormous, towering into the clouds, suppressing all directions. How did this look like a solitary tomb? It was more like a supreme existence that was slumbering. On the red earth and rocks, ancient trees covered the sky. There was even a type of great Tao aura pervading the air. It was extremely tyrannical and insolent, like an emperor weapon suppressing the myriad Tao of the universe. Two figures, one big and one small, had already arrived at the base of the great tomb. The suppression was getting more and more intense. Strand after strand of heaven and earth laws revolved around the mountain like layers of clouds. It was no wonder that many cultivators from ancient times would cry out in alarm when they came here. This type of scene was too shocking. Apart from those with the tyrannical ether blood flowing through their veins, all other races would be rejected here. Ah! The little rotten child screamed and resisted with all his might. At the same time, he vented the anger in his heart. His young and tender face was filled with unyieldingness. The sea of bitterness actually shone with golden light because of this, emitting waves of thunderous sounds. Tyrannical bell. Yi Fan frowned as he stared at the 10,000 zhang tall tomb. His heart jumped. This was clearly an ancient tomb, yet it was more like a weapon that emitted strands of divine might. Tyrannical bell, the ancient tomb was silent. The huge tomb was like a huge bell that had been placed on the ground. It had been silent for tens of thousands of years, emitting a faintly discernible divine might. Yi Fan had naturally heard of it before. Back then, the supreme expert of the human Tao who had the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body used a domineering bell. In that battle, when the bell rang, many stars in the universe were shattered and turned into dust by the bell waves. In the end, that overlord bell was smashed apart by the divine body. The star domain collapsed, and the sky dome became dim. It was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry to ascend the mountain. Instead, he took little Xianxia and circled around the mountain, carefully examining the ancient tomb. It really did resemble the overlord bell from the records. Vaguely, there were actually great bell waves that shook outwards. They were very ethereal, as if they came from ancient times. They transcended time and space, emitting a kind of invincible aura. Could it be that after that weapon was smashed to pieces, it reformed, turning into a great tomb, suppressing this place? Yi Fan said to himself. He observed it for a long time, discovering a few enormous ravines on the great tomb. They were like the traces left behind by the cracks of the bell. The great Tao sounds inside were deafening. Yi Fan frowned. He was the Yuan Taoist master, someone who possessed a heaven-connecting earth-moving secret technique. He could directly observe the mountains and rivers, seeing through the great power of heaven and earth. Right now, he didn't see any weapon fragments on the great tomb. This was formed from a type of tyrannical natural law, affecting the structure of heaven and earth. It naturally turned into a domineering bell of natural laws. It was strange after all, making one unable to see through its depths. Who is it? When the two of them ascended the great mountain, an explosive shout sounded. A snow-white azure ape threw itself down from a high platform above. There was an expert protecting the ancient tomb. This was an old ape, and it was different from the other vicious birds and ferocious beasts that were suppressed. It wasn't affected at all, harmonizing with the tyrannical laws of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. The azure ape was extremely tall, sturdy, and powerful. Its entire body was snow-white, its form like a vajra roaring angrily. It reached the saint realm, faintly discernible wave of domineeringness rushing over. It cultivated a special method, sturdy and ferocious. Its eyes were like golden lamps, releasing threatening divine radiance. It threw itself at Yi Fan and the other person. Boundless holy might surged, extremely vast. Pung! Under its claw, strands of natural laws and Tao traces appeared in the void, enough to make mountains and rivers collapse. However, under Yi Fan's casual fist, its entire right arm was twisted. Specks of blood scattered outwards, and it flew outwards. The azure ape was shocked. It had received guidance from the Tsang family, and it had guarded this tomb for generations. It cultivated a method created by the Azure Sky Tyrant bloodline for ancient beasts. It was shockingly powerful, and not even ancient saints could match it. It was because this was the Tsang family's important land, an extremely important place that was worth spending great efforts to protect. For the sake of nurturing it, the Tsang family hadn't been stingy all these years, even more than their own clan's elites. It had long been listed as a guest elder of the Tsang family. You, who exactly are you? The azure ape was shocked and scared. Half of its body was contorting. Just now, the golden fist shadow flashed past, making him feel as if he was struck by lightning. The bones in his right arm that was known to be comparable to a holy artifact were broken. Yi Fan calmly replied, "For the Tsang family, I can be considered a mortal enemy. However, I don't want to fight against you all, unless someone who truly possesses the Azure Sky Tyrant bloodline appears." He continued to ascend the mountain with the little rotten child, advancing above the ancient tomb. He looked all around, wishing to see this mysterious ancient land to its end. "What, you are, the Emperor Burial Star's holy body?" Finally, came. The azure ape cried out loudly, its expression incredibly overcast, carrying both shock and fear. It was a holy beast, sharp and powerful, rarely meeting its match even among saints. However, when facing this person, it found it difficult to produce battle intent, feeling a type of trembling that originated from its soul. "No, anyone can ascend, only the holy body cannot." In the end, it still clenched its teeth, loudly shouting this out. This was its duty, and it didn't want to be scared off. "Why?" Yi Fan suddenly turned around, his eyes shooting out specks of golden light. He looked incomparably dignified, looking down from high above like a deity overlooking the common people. "Because you have a holy body. Your ancestor was defeated by someone with the Azure Sky Tyrant bloodline. The Tsang family clearly said that they would never allow a defeated mortal enemy to come here, not allowing them to take a single step onto this mountain." The azure ape spoke, as if he had used up all of his body's strength. He felt that he had most likely provoked a great disaster. Yi Fan stood on an enormous rock, his gaze sharp like lightning as he coldly stared at him. It was impossible to see whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy as he said, "Who is strong and who is weak is not determined by the achievements of the ancient times. We will fight again in this world. Go and tell the Tsang family that today, I came to ascend the mountain, and will make a trip to their clan." He didn't make a move, but under this kind of gaze, the azure ape felt a chill down its back. It was a powerful holy beast, and it hadn't met a worthy opponent for many years. Yet today, it was trembling in front of this person. What kind of peerless character was this? It opened its mouth, but the cold golden gaze swept over, causing it to tremble. It couldn't help but take a step back as its scalp went numb. "Go." Yi Fan pointed out with his finger, and a divine splendor flew over, sprinkling down on its body. With a hong sound, it was sent flying, falling into the distant horizon, far away from the ancient tomb. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he brought Xianxia forward. His entire body emitted strands of radiance that had already completely enveloped the little rotten child. This was because the power of order on the tomb was too powerful, enough to crush a cultivator into meat paste. On the mountain, the spiritual energy became increasingly dense. Some of the ancient medicines grew vigorously, and their medicinal ages reached tens of thousands of years. They were extremely rare. In fact, there were more than 10 of them that were almost at the king level. Their medicinal ages were at least 60 to 70,000 years old. Waves of fragrance wafted into the nose, causing one to feel as if they were walking on clouds. This place was truly extraordinary. It had become the medicinal garden of the Azure clan, but it was built on top of an ancient tomb. It was truly astonishing and special. Walala. In some places, the dense spiritual energy actually liquefied, forming puddles of water that flowed along the mountain. There was no lack of source lumps within. This was a scene of all living things flourishing in the world. Unfortunately, apart from plants, only those with the tyrant ether blood could be found. The denser the essence energy in a place like this, the greater the suppression of the power of laws. Even the powerful Yi Fan felt waves of discomfort after ascending this mountain. There was a tyrannical power that wanted to tear his body apart, and it was especially targeted at the golden blood in his body. There are no weapon fragments, only a tyrannical bell condensed from the power of order. Yi Fan muttered to himself. What did the supreme tyrant body want to do back then? He had clearly passed away in meditation, so how could there be such a change? He opened his heavenly eyes, and through the divine chains of order, his gaze pierced through the giant tomb, entering the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. He wanted to see everything clearly. This was the main reason why he came here. Back then, the tyrant ether body had internal injuries, and 10 years after the battle, he split into pieces. He didn't know if his body could leave behind any information. Hong. Suddenly, within the great tomb, a wave of heaven-destroying aura surged. It was tyrannical and overflowing into the heavens, making even the sun, moon, and stars tremble. This was a matchless expert that countless experts from ancient times looked up to. He was worthy of being a supreme being of a generation. There was actually still this type of aura even after dying for more than 100,000 years. Worthy of being an uncrowned emperor. Even after dying for so many years, he could still be like this. Normal cultivators definitely wouldn't be able to endure this type of remnant fluctuations. Yi Fan said to himself. Suddenly, he was greatly shocked. A vertical eye appeared between his brows, shooting out a streak of immortal splendor. It entered the depths of the great tomb, and as he carefully observed it, he clearly saw the scene there. There was actually a terrifying male there. His black hair scattered about, dancing about crazily. His domineering aura overflowed into the heavens. As he stood there, there was a type of supreme aura as if he was the sole ruler of the world. There was actually a male in the depths of the enormous ancient tomb. This really was a bit sinister, leaving one shocked. His figure was wrapped up by divine chains of order, making his sturdy body a bit indistinct. However, there was a type of world-shaking fluctuations that could suppress the world. He suddenly raised his head. 2 streaks of terrifying cold lightning shot out from his eyes towards Yi Fan's direction, piercing through the tomb. Hong Long. The golden blood within Yi Fan's body immediately surged, quickly surging and rumbling. His entire body became resplendent, radiance erupting in tens of thousands of streaks to resist the impact. He was sure that this was a type of world-shocking pressure that rushed out from the body of that male in the depths of the ancient tomb. Normal saints wouldn't be able to endure it. Dang! A bell sound rang out from the depths of the ancient tomb. Everything in all directions, the 100,000 great mountain ranges, mountains, and ravines were all rumbling. Under the bell waves, the boundless great earth was shaken. The space between Yi Fan's brows erupted with brilliance. A cauldron flew out, suspending above his head. Strand after strand of order ribbons descended, protecting him and Yang Shi below. In the depths of the ancient tomb, strand after strand of Tao laws interweaved above that terrifying male's head, forming a great bell. It released a long and drawn-out sound, its domineering aura overflowing into the heavens. Overlord Bell. Golden radiance shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. That great bell's shape was extremely similar to the ancient tomb, no different from the legendary Overlord Bell. It was as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chapter 1333. Inside the ancient tomb, the bell waves were vast, ringing through the mountains and rivers. The sun and moon both trembled, as if this world was going to collapse. Boom! The cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head shook violently. The origin of all living things descended. Strands of primordial natives, flowers, birds, fishes, bugs, and deities appeared on the cauldron's walls at the same time, simple and imposing. Now, the myriad source energy cauldron had become a peerless divine artifact. It possessed both offense and defense, and it nurtured deities within it. It frequently chanted the ancient scriptures within the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, making it extremely profound and powerful beyond compare. As soon as the cauldron appeared, the bell waves were blocked, unable to break through. In the depths of the 30,000-meter-tall ancient tomb, numerous divine chains of order swept through everything in their path, and they simply seemed capable of destroying everything in the world. They emitted a peerless aura that made others almost want to prostrate themselves in worship. Yi Fan held on to little Yang Shi and stood like a boulder on top of the ancient tomb, resisting the terrifying fluctuations coming from below. The cauldron above his head floated up and down, releasing tens of thousands of strands of source energy and holy might. Meanwhile, within the mouth of the cauldron was an expanse of primal chaos that slowly revolved. It was deep and immeasurable, appearing incomparably mysterious. Occasionally, the sun, moon, and stars would appear in the primal chaos chi, as if the world was being created. In the depths of the earth, that male had thick black hair. The overlord bell above his head rumbled. He soared into the air, as if he was going to leap out from the great tomb. An even more boundless power was released. Clang, the great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. All of the vicious birds and ferocious beasts in the mountains, rivers, and great wastelands were trembling. They knelt down on the ground while trembling with fear, as if they were facing a deity. Boom! The golden light in Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly, as though he wanted to see through the past, present, and future. The golden blood in his body thundered, and his entire body sparkled like jade. He released the most powerful saint energy he had so far. He didn't move in the slightest. He didn't attack, nor did he retreat. The vertical eye that appeared between his brows was incomparably brilliant. A beam of immortal splendor pierced through the great grave, staring straight into the depths of the ground. That wasn't a person, nor was it the real Overlord Bell. Everything was formed by interweaving divine chains of order. However, it was absolutely powerful, enough to make ordinary saints tremble. Is this the person who possessed the tyrant Empyrean blood? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He used his heart to sense and comprehend, wanting to see through all the divine sequence chains. This was his goal for coming here. In this place, he felt a terrifying suppression. Sure enough, it was just as the rumors said. Apart from Tyrant, everyone else was viewed as an anomaly, and it was difficult to gain anything. This man's black hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze was like cold lightning, and he was like a fiend god. He had an imposing aura of supremacy in the heavens and the earth, and he emanated an invincible aura that suppressed the ages. Unfortunately, in the end, it was just an imprint and not the true body, so it couldn't rush out of the giant tomb. It could only stand in the void space within the belly of the mountain. Even so, it was still terrifying. The person who had the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body, even though he had died more than 100,000 years ago, the mark he left behind was still so domineering, causing all the heroes in the world to sigh in admiration. From ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many people had come here to pay their respects. Not a single one of them wasn't shocked. One could imagine just how powerful his true body was in the past. Yi Fan's eyes became deeper and deeper. Within them, the sun, moon, and stars vanished, and there was also chaos spinning. Under the powerful suppression of the Great Path, he comprehended and saw through the source. At his level, not only did he need to fight bloody battles of life and death, he also needed to settle in silence. Walking between the mountains and all living things, appearing and disappearing in the mortal world, all sorts of things would give him great benefits. The tyrant body was his nemesis since ancient times. Yi Fan was suppressed by the laws of the Great Path, causing the golden blood in his body to boil. Silently enduring here was also a kind of cultivation. He stared at the divine chains of order for a long time. In the end, the terrifying man and the tyrant bell above his head had completely transformed into laws in his eyes, and he could directly see through their essence. Powerful and terrifying. He let out a soft sigh. When everything in the world quieted down, the imprint was still there, and it was still in human form. However, it could no longer be used by him to resist and temper himself. Yi Fan executed an ancient and world-shattering Genesis technique to investigate everything below. In the end, he discovered that it was empty. After the tyrant ether body passed away, his supreme physical body had completely transformed into the Tao, and not a single bone was left behind. The reason why this grave was like this was because the person with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body had transformed into the Tao. There were traces of the Tao left behind from the desolate era. This was the nemesis of the tyrant ether body since ancient times. There was no need to doubt its peerless strength. Otherwise, the battle back then would not have been so bitter. Yi Fan put away the cauldron and led little Xianxia to walk on the grave. He saw a few small rivers formed from liquefied spiritual qi, gurgling and surging, flowing down the mountain. There was a man-made medicinal field on the mountain. It was watered with spiritual liquid, and ancient medicine grew in large patches. The fragrance of medicine assailed the nostrils, and multicolored light shone in all directions. Each one was sparkling and translucent. Usually, the azure ape guarded this place, but unfortunately, he was not here at this time. Medicine King. Yi Fan was amazed. In the depths of the medicinal field, there was a special piece of 5-colored soil. There were actually 2 Medicine King growing side by side. One was shaped like a vermilion bird spreading its wings, and its entire body was bright red like a red agate. It was a rare ancient medicine known as the vermilion bird grass. The other one flickered with purple light. It was a type of spirit vine that was more than 3 meters long. Legend had it that it only grew an inch in 1,000 years. Its purple leaves were like clouds, drifting about, enshrouded in mist. The main vine was like a vigorous purple-horned dragon. Yi Fan had walked the starry sky ancient path for a very long time. He had seen many heavenly treasures, but this was the first time he had seen a medicine king that could extend one's lifespan. This was because there were too many people who needed it on this path, and it was difficult for it to see the light of day. Yi Fan carefully dug out the vermilion bird grass and sealed it in a jade jar. At the same time, he explained the various ancient medicine knowledge to little Xianxia. The vermilion bird grass was like a burning flame. It passed through the jade annulus and emitted a scarlet multicolored light. The spirit vine, on the other hand, emitted a purple mist. It was like a lingering cloud, causing the jade jar to emit a purple luster. The path to immortality was about to open. In the future, there would be great battles of life and death. There might even be dark chaos. The Medicine King was definitely a precious medicine that could save people and prolong their lives. Its value was immeasurable. Yi Fan led Xianxia down the mountain and left the giant tomb. He could clearly feel the changes of the great Tao. He had gained quite a bit from this trip. Is the tyrant ether blood really an unrivaled bloodline? The little rotten child revealed a worried expression. Even though he had left the giant tomb, he couldn't help but turn back to look. This tomb had given him too many shocks. Yi Fan rubbed his head and said, "Unrivaled in the heart, there is nothing to fear." Xianxia firmly believed that the ancestor with the divine body was unrivaled. However, he had wavered a little in this place. That male formed from the interweaving divine chains of order gave his young heart a great pressure. At this moment, he became resolute. His eyes were clear, and his little face was full of confidence. He emitted an astonishing radiance as he brandished his little fists and said, "We are unrivaled." A seed was planted in his heart, and his conviction became firm. The 2 figures, one big and one small, walked towards the end of the great earth, passing through layer after layer of primitive land. Yi Fan's gaze was deep. Although his will was firm and he had the belief that he was unrivaled, after seeing the 10,000 Zhang giant tomb today, he became extremely vigilant. Tens of thousands of years ago, the ancestor of the Big Dipper Saint Physique had once pacified the chaos and was known to be unrivaled. However, he still fell at the 50th gate of the human race. This was enough to show how terrifying the tyrant ether blood was. After the saint physique reaches grand completion, will the blood in one's body really lose its golden color and turn back into a bright red? Jianghu raised his little face and asked. That's right. Yi Fan replied with certainty. Has there really been people who have reached such a realm? The big bright eyes of the little rotten child were filled with hope. That's right. Yi Fan nodded. The grand completion saint physique mentioned by the common people didn't necessarily have flawless saint blood. This was only an unrivaled title, but there was definitely a saint physique that was completely blood red in color. You must have heard of their glorious achievements in the Big Dipper saint physique, right? The little rotten child's eyes became even brighter, and there was a kind of splendid expression in them. How could Yi Fan not see the desire in the little fellow's eyes? He wanted to know everything about them. His long eyelashes fluttered, and his big eyes blinked. He seemed to be very eager. I've seen the will of a deity before. When he was alive, he definitely had flawless scarlet blood. What he suppressed wasn't ordinary chaos. He fought a bloody battle against the undying mountain and fought against an existence in the origin ancient mine. Yi Fan was very patient as he slowly narrated. Jianghu listened as if she was intoxicated. After hearing that this unrivaled saint physique had died because of his beauty and that his friends who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him had died of old age one by one, she felt grief in her heart. The little fellow's eyes were actually covered with mist as he headed to the outer realm. He wiped his tears and said, after 10,000 years, the entire world was silent. It was too pitiful. In the end, he was the only one left. He chose to leave and died of old age in the outer realm, passing away in a foreign land. There was an obsession in his heart, and for the sake of seeing his beauty and comrades, he turned into a deity's will. In front of them was a magnificent expanse of mountains and rivers. A silver waterfall descended 1,000 zhang, and immortal mists drifted about. Enormous watchtowers were situated on different mountain peaks, and it was as if they had entered an immortal realm. Tsang family wasn't that far from the giant tomb. They didn't dare enter the tomb, but the experts of the clan would often go to the mountain to cultivate. This was their prosperous divine land. Outside the mountain gate, a terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. The saint's great formation had already been activated, and exceptional killing intent overflowed. Dao marks covered this place densely, turning it into a dangerous land that was difficult to pass through. The azure ape fled back and naturally reported everything. The saint physique that had disappeared for 100,000 years had returned, rushing to the human race's 50th pass and appearing on top of the azure sky tyrant body's giant tomb. This naturally left them shaken. In reality, they had already received news several years ago that a saint physique had appeared on the starry sky ancient path. He came from the burial emperor star, and was their old enemy. However, they didn't feel any fear, because in this era, a person with the true azure sky tyrant body's blood had appeared in their ancestral land, another ancient star domain's mother star. That person had come here before and stayed here for a year. They deeply experienced his power, and they firmly believed that he was the unrivaled expert of this generation. The azure sky tyrant blood has always been unrivaled since the ancient times. In this era, he will definitely cut down the saint physique and forge a new era of glory. A group of people appeared at the mountain gate and stood side by side on an enormous peak. They looked outwards, sizing up the two figures, one large and one small. What is the meaning of this? He actually brought a small one. Could it be that there will be two great completion saint physiques in the future? These people were a bit shocked, and their voices were full of cold intent. Truly rare. After 100,000 years, another true saint physique has appeared. What exactly is the meaning of you coming to our clan's pure land? A middle-aged man asked coldly. Facing an old enemy, there was a type of intense hostility and nervousness, as well as a type of arrogance. Nothing much, just looking around. Yi Fan calmly said. He brought the little rotten child with him and began to circle around this place to observe. I advise you to leave earlier. A young man's tone was quite harsh. His eyes revealed killing intent and cold light. Don't be nervous. I have no intention of taking action. I really just want to take a look. It's fine as long as you don't force me to take action. That's all. Yi Fan was quite calm. Chapter 1334. This mountain peak was extremely magnificent, occupying a vast area. All types of ancient trees grew, taking root on the precipitous cliffs and precipitous cliffs. They were verdant and dark green, flickering with multicolored light, as if they were carved from jade. There were even spiritual springs that gurgled down along the precipice, turning into silver waterfalls that poured down like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, accompanied by waves of thin smoke and colorful mist. As for ancient medicines, they were everywhere, and they were rooted at the foot of the mountain, on the precipices, and before the Tao platform. A sweet fragrance assaulted the nostrils while specks of light flickered, and they emanated strands of auspicious light and waves of fragrance. "Uncle, what's that?" The little kid's big eyes rolled around. He was curious about everything. "That's a Qilin beast with a thin immortal bloodline." Yi Fan replied, telling him that this wasn't a true Qilin, just a type of bloodline it left behind in this world. In front of the stone wall, a Qilin rested on its own. Purple energy surged, forming a dense expanse. Orchids grew in its surroundings, filling this place with multicolored light. This was a place where ancient medicines flourished. There wasn't a single weed. "What is that little fiery red bird?" "Ah, it's spitting fire. It even melted a mountain peak." Jianghu was astonished. Her little mouth was wide open. She had never seen these creatures before. "That's a fire sparrow. It's rumored to be the descendant of the vermilion bird." "Woo, it's not easy for it to grow to this extent," Yi Fan said. This fire sparrow was only the size of a palm, its entire body bright red, feathers gorgeous, as if cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. With a light shake of its wings, magical force overflowed into the heavens, moving about the volcano, making the great Tao rumble. Inside the Tsang clan's mountain gate, there were several tens to over 100 mountain peaks. Many rare birds and auspicious beasts roamed about, and all of them were mutant species from the primordial era. Some of them were extremely rare to see in the outside world. A middle-aged man could not take it anymore and shouted, "Saint Body, don't go too far. Where do you think this is? Do you think that there is no one in my heaven clan? Quickly leave, or else you will have to bear the consequences. I didn't break into the Tsang family. I just brought this child outside to take a look." "What's wrong with that?" Yi Fan said calmly. "This is my clan's pure land. Outsiders, especially your Saint Body bloodline, cannot step foot here. This is an affront of our dignity," he berated. Yi Fan's expression immediately sank. "Is this considered offending you? Then I want to ask, what did you do on the other ancient star? You broke into the home of the Saint Physique lineage and humiliated and trampled on him. This child has been bruised and bleeding since he was young. How could you do it?" Inside, this group of people, expressions froze, and then became incomparably cold, not of their voices, they. "All these years, when has the Saint Physique bloodline ever offended anyone? You people bully us at every turn. Haven't you humiliated us enough? Did I offend you by bringing this child here today? Comparing the two, this is nothing," Yi Fan shouted. These people could tell that the divine body from Burial Emperor Star and the little child didn't come with good intentions. They gave each other a look, their expressions cold and full of hostility. "Uncle," Jianghu called softly. "Don't worry, they're not scary at all. Maybe they'll even welcome us in." Yi Fan came here to get rid of the haze in Jianghu's heart. "I'm not afraid. In the future, I will personally defeat all of them." The little fellow puffed out his chest and said in high spirits. "You're just a descendant of a loser, yet you dare to come here and make irresponsible remarks?" Within the Tsang clan's mountain gate, a young man finally couldn't hold it in any longer, coldly mocking. "In this world, the strong are respected. Our ancestors won against the divine physique, and the descendants of the Azure Sky Overlord body are destined to surpass the bloodline of the divine tribe that has been eliminated. Why can't we use you to temper ourselves? This was a kind of high and mighty conceit, as well as a kind of intense hostility and a sense of superiority. It was also a naked humiliation. Of course, the two who spoke knew their limits as well. They didn't dare to leave the mountain gate and only mocked from within the Pure Land. They stood on the mountain peak with their arms crossed and coldly looked down. Is that so? The strong are respected. This world is really cruel. All right then, I will also work hard to become an expert and try. After speaking, Yi Fan disappeared with a whoosh. Boom! The ancient formation in front of the mountain gate was attacked and released monstrous waves of divine power. All kinds of Tao patterns interweaved, obliterating all intruders. A terrifying holy might filled the air. However, this couldn't stop Yi Fan at all. He had cultivated the Xing word formula to the acme of perfection. This secret technique could allow him to go up to the 9 heavens and down to the netherworld. There was no place in the world that he couldn't go. It was an extreme method to break formations. The ancient divine killing formation couldn't stop Yi Fan. He entered the mountain gate and appeared on the mountain peak, decisively attacking. Stop him! A group of people shouted. The enemy's attack was as fast as lightning, arriving in an instant. No one could react in time. Bang! When a few experts took action, Yi Fan had already grabbed 2 young men and retreated, rushing out of the mountain gate. This was a type of intimidation. Taking the head of an enemy amidst an army of 10,000 was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Yi Fan directly captured the 2 young men who spoke rudely. Since the strong are respected, then I'll have to apologize to you 2 weaklings. I also need to sharpen myself, so I'll use you 2 to practice. Yi Fan said coldly. Pa! He swung out a palm, sending one of the young men flying. Blood splashed everywhere, and then he immediately followed up, trampling him down from midair and landing on the ground. Ow! This person cried out miserably. It didn't sound like a human anymore. His entire body was almost broken by Yi Fan's foot. All of this was the result of him being lenient. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? No! The other person shouted, scared to the point that his soul was about to leave his body. Just now, he felt intense pain all over his body, and now it was his turn. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't stop. He placed the young man in front of him and fiercely swung his right leg. Then, with great force, he kicked the young man flying like a soccer ball. Hong! In the distance, a short mountain was smashed by this person. Smoke and dust filled the air, and there were heart-wrenching and lung-splitting screams coming from that place. The weak are prey to the strong. Is this all there is to it? Today, I'm stronger than you guys. It seems like this is the best place to sharpen myself. Yi Fan pulled little Xianxia forward and kicked them once again, sending them flying into a pile of rubble. This was a brutal beating. In front of the Tsang clan, he was beating up the clan's disciples in front of their mountain gate. At this moment, the entire place was silent to the extreme. No one dared to believe this reality. Immediately afterwards, the Pure Land exploded. Many magical treasures flew over, and all of them flickered with multicolored light. They bombarded towards Yi Fan, wanting to kill him here. Yi Fan was extremely calm. He didn't waste any energy to resist. He operated the army formula and directly controlled the 2 captives to face these weapons and magical treasures. As a result, the brilliance completely retreated, and the attacks immediately stopped. Saint Physique, you have angered my Tsang clan. This is a humiliation to us. Don't even think about escaping today. There were people with violent tempers within the mountain gate who immediately roared. If not for the escort envoy's protection, your clan would have long been wiped out. The descendants of the losers actually dared to come to my clan's gate and make a move. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. This was something that had never happened before. For so many years, generation after generation, they had always held the advantage. When had they ever been bullied by their mortal enemy's bloodline like this? Their eyes were about to split open. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry, giving the two youngsters another vicious beating. He led the rotten child and stepped on their bodies. His expression was tranquil as he said, "Everything I did was carried out according to your way of thinking. I am strong, so I can trample all of you under my feet. Isn't this normal? You are just losers, so aren't you supposed to be treated like this?" While speaking these words, he fiercely beat them up again, almost breaking apart their bones. In the end, they were tossed into the mountain gate like trash. Hong. Within the Tsang clan, a wave of exceptional domineeringness erupted. A stone mountain collapsed, and a demonic godlike figure rushed out, arriving high into the sky. "Saint Physique from Emperor Burial Star, you actually dare to humiliate my clan. The Tsang sky tyrant blood cannot be bullied. Today, you won't be able to leave." Yi Fan's reaction was extremely calm, as if he didn't care that much. This isn't much of a humiliation, right? Tsang family's people were driven mad. After all these years, who dared to stir up trouble here? This was the first time, yet this person actually said that it wasn't much. It was just too hateful. Everyone was furious. Yi Fan was still as calm as the clouds and winds. "Don't you all often do these types of things? I am far inferior to you all. If I didn't do it well, I hope you all can forgive me. Break it down." Everyone almost stomped their feet in anger. This was an undisguised beating, yet he still had such an indifferent appearance. It was extremely vexing. Many people gnashed their teeth in anger, truly wishing to tear him into 8 pieces. This saint who came out of isolation was extremely bold and powerful. He was tall and majestic like a demonic god. He didn't want to say anything and was about to rush out murderously. Suddenly, an old man appeared without a sound and grabbed his arm, not letting him leave the mountain gate. The others also quieted down. "Youngster, you are going too far," the elder said expressionlessly. "Not really, right?" Yi Fan was still the same, not forceful, not violent, a bit sloppy. When he spoke these words, there was even a hint of doubt, as if he was still asking for the other party's opinion. How vexing. A few people were so angry they wanted to skin him alive. They couldn't help but want to take action. Youngsters should know when to advance and when to retreat. This elder's face sunk. He stared at him and said, "Intruding into my ancestral cemetery is disrespectful, and even more so a type of humiliation. Coming to my clan's gate, I feel that none of these crimes can be established." Yi Fan shook his head, interrupting him and saying, "From ancient times until now, many people have gone to pay their respects to that great tomb. Everyone in the human race's 50th city knows about this, so why can't I do the same here?" The group of people were furious, many of them berating loudly. "Your clan and my Firmament tyrant blood are old enemies. You are nothing more than a loser, so ascending the giant tomb is the most serious provocation. It is pardonable for others to ascend there, but your clan definitely cannot. What qualifications does the descendant of a loser have to ascend my clan's important land? This is a type of humiliation." Many youths glared at him angrily. They were young and full of vigor, so they felt a sense of superiority when facing the divine physique race. They naturally couldn't endure it. "You all say that this is a type of humiliation, so why did you act so impudently in front of the divine physique's solitary tomb on another ancient star? You even bullied his descendant and carved words on the stone wall in front of his tomb. Isn't this even more serious? Why do you always have a double standard?" Yi Fan coldly said. "Impudent." Some people from the Heaven clan could no longer endure it. "I'm not impudent at all." Yi Fan shook his head and recovered his indifferent appearance. "I didn't disrespect your ancestors, nor did I carve words randomly. I only picked 2 king medicines there. These are the medicinal herbs you should compensate for bullying little Yang Shi and causing him to be covered in cuts and bruises." The people from the Heaven clan almost spat out blood. Those were 2 king medicines. They were the most precious things in this world. Even the great sage bowed down for them because they could prolong his life. Some of the existences from the Heaven clan who didn't have much time left felt like dying after learning about this. Yi Fan leisurely said, "Don't worry. Before I left, I laid down some formations and transplanted over 10 rare ancient medicines inside. I reckon that they will all become king medicines in 20 to 30,000 years. You all won't suffer any losses. The group of people wanted to vomit blood again. Transplanting ancient medicines in their ancestral land? Whose medicinal field was this? Moreover, who could wait 20 to 30,000 years? Everyone wanted to eat him alive. I wonder if I'll have the chance to pick the ancient medicines I planted in 20 to 30,000 years. Yi Fan once again talked to himself. He felt very good about himself. Damn you. That was what everyone wanted to curse out loud. At this moment, only little Xianxia was looking at Yi Fan with a look of worship. Chapter 1335. The members of the Heaven clan all had gloomy expressions. Their hearts were filled with uncontrollable anger, and their hatred for Yi Fan was incomparable. Several experts secretly communicated with each other through their divine senses, preparing a forbidden artifact to launch a sudden attack and kill Yi Fan. Medicine King. An old man gnashed his teeth as he stared at Yi Fan. It seemed like he would pounce over at any moment. Yi Fan was still unconcerned as he led Xianxia around the periphery. He seemed to have seen the entire mountainous region, and there was a certain rhythm to his footsteps. The rotten child was curious about everything he saw. He blinked his large eyes and asked all sorts of questions. The two figures, one big and one small, did not seem to care at all. It was as if they were exploring a secluded place. He came at just the right time. If he didn't come, I would have personally left seclusion to kill him. I definitely won't allow a pure saint bloodline to coexist with my clan. A cold and emotionless voice came from the depths of the Heaven clan. The two granduncles are about to leave seclusion. The elders at the mountain gate were overjoyed, and the killing intent on their bodies became even stronger. The saint bloodline, no matter which era, is destined to be defeated. The voice from the depths of the beautiful mountain peak became even colder. It was still secretly transmitting sound, telling the clansman that he would soon leave seclusion. You shall be consigned to eternal damnation. Outside the mountain gate, the powerful saint shouted loudly. He and the white-haired old saint took action together. They worked together to activate a forbidden artifact and unleashed a peerless attack. At the same time, all sorts of formations flickered around the mountain gate. There were actually many hidden formation diagrams. At this time, they all came to life and attacked together. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell rang out, shaking the heaven and earth. It was exceptionally domineering, as if the boundless universe was falling down, terrifying to the heavens. Tyrannical bell? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. The aura he sensed was very similar to the aura he sensed in front of the giant tomb. At this moment, a giant bell suddenly descended from the sky, suppressing towards him. Saint Physique, we have endured you for too long. Die for me. The powerful saint roared loudly, causing the mountains and valleys to tremble. The white-haired ancient saint also had a cold expression as he joined forces to sacrifice the bell. Oh, I've also waited for a long time. It's about time. Yi Fan was completely unperturbed. Pulling little Xianxia with him, he transformed into a beam of light and activated the line incantation. In the blink of an eye, they had moved 50 kilometers away. That giant bell missed, only an afterimage left in its original location. It released strand after strand of Dao traces, tearing apart the sky dome. The bell's sound was deafening. At this moment, footprints appeared one after another on the great earth outside the Pure Land. They were all shining, and upon closer inspection, they were all left behind by Yi Fan, the regions he had stepped through. Rumble. These were divine chains of order that shone brilliantly. They were formed from heaven origin patterns, and they completely covered the outer region. They extended towards the Pure Land along the underground ancient veins. Heaven and earth were overturned, the sun and moon losing radiance. This magnificent river and mountain were burning, turning into an exceptionally terrifying place. All types of patterns interweaved, turning it into a dangerous place. What happened? Tsang family cried out loudly, all of them panicking out of fear. It was because a few saint formations collapsed, the underground dragon veins shifted positions, changing directions, making most of the saint formations engraved on the ground become paralyzed. This was a Dao origin divine technique. When Yifan was opposing the Tsang family with equal harshness, he had secretly engraved countless heaven origin patterns. At this moment, all of them were activated. The dragon veins surged, changing heaven and earth, causing the mountain gate to collapse. Rumble. Like a landslide and a tsunami, several enormous peaks collapsed, and the mountain gate was razed to the ground. The mountains and rivers here collapsed, and the power of the heaven origin formation was displayed to the extreme. This was an unstoppable force that could tear through everything in its path. It was like a flood bursting through a dam, carrying with it the rupturing of mountains and the overflowing divine force as it surged towards the pure land. Ah! The Tsang family's experts cried out. They were all shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Those concealed formations were actually destroyed in an instant, and the giant wave directly rushed over. At this moment, Yifan's eyes flickered with cold lightning. He finally took action, and with a flash, he followed the heaven origin great formation's fluctuations into the Tsang family. He raised his fist and smashed over. Forbidden formation, cut off the mountain gate. Someone shouted loudly. Waves of light flickered and linked together to form a light screen, but it still couldn't stop the collapse. The heaven origin divine formation was changing the dragon vein underground, and it was completely disintegrating. If it was in the past, Yifan definitely wouldn't be able to do all of this. But now, he was on the 8th layer of the Saint Realm, and his origin techniques were even more divine, so he could break through all kinds of techniques. Pfft! Several people who had set up the formation were all slashed by the origin patterns, and they directly collapsed, turning into a bloody pulp. Yifan moved forward, and at this moment, he didn't hide anything. With a monstrous golden blood energy, he arrived in front of the mighty saint, and smashed his fist down, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. This was a powerful saint, but under Yifan's peerless attack, he couldn't block it at all. First, his entire right arm exploded, and then his body turned into fireworks. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The ancient saint at the side roared in anger, and the giant bell in the sky smashed down. This was a rare forbidden artifact, and it surpassed many saint weapons. It had the domineering aura of a bell. Dang! A cauldron flew out from between Yifan's eyebrows, colliding with the giant bell. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, and the earth caved in. With a rumbling sound, mountains were turned into dust, and various array patterns flashed on the ground. The heaven's origin array also appeared at the same time. Fragment of the domineering bell. 2 beams of dazzling divine light shot out from Yifan's eyes. This giant bell wasn't simple. Although it was cracked, there was a different fragment embedded in it, and it shone brightly as if it was about to come back to life. He lightly shouted, and the myriad chi cauldron rumbled. Chaotic sword chi shot out in all directions, and all of them struck the fragment, causing its light to dim, and it flew out. Return. A cold voice came from the depths of the Heaven clan. The domineering bell's light dimmed, and it turned into a meteorite, flying over. Saint Physique, you dare to disturb my Heaven clan? Those who have the tyrannical sky blood in their veins will all kill you. The white-haired ancient saint roared in anger, doing his best to resist. However, under such a peerless divine fist, how could he block it? Yifan's eyes released cold lightning. At this moment, he was cold and emotionless. He brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and its divine might was matchless. His entire body was releasing resplendent light, drowning out the entire heaven and earth. He was like a war god, bold and unstoppable. The elder was only a step away from becoming a saint king, but in the end, he still couldn't cross that threshold. He did everything he could, but he still couldn't block Yifan's fist power, and his body flew out. At the same time, in the depths of the Heaven clan, there were experts that came out of seclusion. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Yifan was like a golden deity, invincible, possessing a type of unmatched fighting prowess in this world. He only brandished his fists 3 times. The first fist smashed out. With a kacha sound, he smashed the elder's divine artifact into pieces. It was like a dazzling rain of fireworks. Exceptional energy fluctuations surged like a tsunami, and even the world exploded. Yi Fan's second fist smashed out, and this ancient saint's arm and body broke apart inch by inch at the same time. A rain of blood flew out, and white bone fragments flew in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. And when the third fist smashed out, all the chaotic energy flows and the remnant consciousness of the ancient saint in the area were shattered, turning into smoke. The heaven and earth became clear again. With just 3 punches, Yi Fan killed an ancient saint. Fresh blood dyed the shattered mountainous region red, and this place was like a blood-stained demonic land. It was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan walked in with large strides, and Xianxia appeared in his manifestation. She was completely protected, and no shockwaves were able to harm her. The Tsang clan had experts, but there was definitely no great sage. Before this, Yi Fan didn't make a move. He secretly laid down the Heaven Origin rune channel, which extended out from underground, and thoroughly understood everything about the Tsang clan. Now that everything was clear, he walked forward with large strides, and no one could stop him. However, he didn't start a massacre, and only headed towards the depths of the Heaven clan. Although this planet was suitable for the Tsang clan to cultivate, it was very difficult for a great sage to appear. After all, how many people were there in this clan? Even on a flourishing ancient planet with a population of trillions, it was already not bad for a few great sage to appear. It was extremely difficult for experts of this level to appear. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The change was too fast, and no one could react in time. Yi Fan entered the depths of the Tsang clan as if there was no one there. Saint Physique, die! A loud shout rang out. A middle-aged man with disheveled black hair and an imposing aura rushed over with a large bell on his head. Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to kill you. There's no need for someone with the tyrant firmament blood to return from the depths of the starry sky. I've been waiting for you all this time. This was an expert, and it was the one who had transmitted his voice in secret. He was an astonishingly powerful Saint King, and the tyrant firmament blood in his body couldn't be considered thin. He was many times stronger than the person from before. Most importantly, the large bell on his head seemed to have a few cracks on it, as if it had been pieced together. However, it still caused people's hearts to palpitate, and there was a terrifying aura coming from it. There were a few fragments of the bell that stood out from the masses. They were fragments of the tyrant firmament bell that had been smashed into the cosmos in the past. Now, they were forged together with other divine materials. Ah! This person roared loudly, shaking the mountains and rivers. The large bell above his head rumbled, and there were actually strands of oppressive might that vaguely contained a bit of Emperor Qi. Yi Fan was greatly astonished. The tyrant body of the past was too powerful, and he could tell a thing or two from this broken weapon. He was worthy of being an unrivaled expert. And now, even though there were only a few fragments of the bell, they still made people's hearts palpitate. This was because the laws and Tao marks within them hadn't been erased, and their divine might overflowed into the heavens. Dang! The source energy above Yi Fan's head trembled. Ancient people, flowers, birds, fishes, bugs, primal chaos deities, and other things appeared at the same time. They were simple and ancient, as if they could breathe in and out the universe. The sun, moon, and stars appeared within the mouth of the cauldron. The two collided violently, and all of them rumbled. This was especially true for Yi Fan's cauldron. The deities within it revived, and the myriad things on the cauldron's walls seemed to have truly come to life. What? The expert from the Heaven clan was very powerful, but at this moment, he was extremely astonished. You can actually forge the myriad origin cauldron like the ancient heaven? Astonishment was written all over his face, and it was obvious that he was greatly astonished. He stared at the myriad origin cauldron incessantly, sweeping his eyes over every pattern. He was extremely shocked. Suddenly, an exceptionally sharp sword chi rushed out, and another Saint King level expert appeared to hack at Yi Fan. The two great experts from the Heaven clan both appeared. Of course, the one who posed the greatest threat was the person who activated the large bell. Those fragments of the Overlord bell were extremely terrifying, and they contained extremely powerful energy fluctuations. They fought fiercely, and the large bell was faintly discernible. Strands of Emperor Qi lingered around it, and although it wasn't very real, it made people feel restraining fear. If by any chance it released its emperor's might, it would be very troublesome. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid. This wasn't a true emperor weapon, and he also had the green copper cauldron, so he wasn't afraid that the other party would use the mysterious ancient artifact against him. The great battle continued. Yi Fan only relied on the cauldron and his physical body to resist the Overlord bell, and unexpectedly, the two experts spat out blood. The saint physique from the Emperor Burial Star is truly powerful, but now that you've entered my race's pure land, don't even think of leaving alive. A person gloomily roared. Formation patterns appeared on the great earth, and an even more ancient and tyrannical formation appeared. It was as if it could suppress all living things. Yi Fan remained calm. The heavenly origin formation patterns flickered beneath his feet, and they became increasingly profound and complex. It was as if they were going to connect the heavens and move the earth, causing everything to tremble. The other person sneered and said, "You're wrong. How could the saint physique originate from the Emperor Burial Star? Have you forgotten the ancient history recorded by our ancestors? It's just like the great ancient emperors, descending into the Big Dipper. How lamentable, they don't even know where their mother star is. To think that their mother star was once on par with our race's mother star, and we fought for so many years." Yi Fan's heart was moved. He had clearly understood some secrets. The enmity between the two physiques seemed to be very ancient. It originated from the two mother stars, and the bloody battle had already begun since the Big Dipper era. Boom! All kinds of formations flickered on the great earth, and Tao marks rushed into the heavens. It was simply capable of obliterating all saints. Yi Fan was still very calm. The heavenly origin patterns in the surroundings numbered in the tens of thousands, and they resisted their peerless grand formation. They extended from the earth to the sky, drawing upon the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Suddenly, Yi Fan's body violently swayed, and his ears rang with wang-wang sounds. His vision darkened, and the golden blood in his body boiled. He almost fell to the ground. He was greatly shocked. Ineffably, a layer of terrifying red hair grew on his arm. It was extremely terrifying, but it was destroyed by the golden saint blood boiling just now. This ancient star. Yuan Taoist master also came here before. What's here? A solemn expression appeared on Yi Fan's face. Chapter 1336. This kind of palpitation was so intense that the golden sacred blood boiled and burned fiercely outside his body, burning away the terrifying red hair on his arms. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. The universe was vast and the ancient path was long, yet there were actually footprints of the Yuan Taoist master on this path. Kill! A saint king rushed over with a huge bell suspended above his head. The bell waves were like a tsunami, drowning Yi Fan within. Now was not the time to be in a daze. This battle would shatter the universe. Yi Fan's black eyes were sharp. He raised his golden fist and punched out. His battle intent suppressed the sky, causing golden cracks to extend in the surroundings. This was a world-shocking battle. The great bell rumbled and the bell waves were long and drawn out. It was as if it had transcended the ages and transmitted the divine might of the person with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body. The bell body was embedded with several fragments of the Overlord bell. They emitted divine splendor that was exceptionally domineering. Every single one of them seemed to be able to tear apart the sun, moon, and stars. Every time Yi Fan's golden fist moved, these fragments would shine and release an immortal tyrannical power. That kind of aura surged violently, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. This was enough to tear apart the flesh of a saint king. Yi Fan's physique was strong enough. Moreover, the myriad Qi cauldron was bobbing up and down above his head, emitting all kinds of strange images to resist the broken bell. Suddenly, a whistling sound rang out. The mountains and valleys on this ancient star all trembled, quite a few ancient lands directly collapsing. The sky above was a vast expanse, filled with an incomparably desolate aura. Inside the cauldron was a primal chaos. It was unfathomable and impenetrable. At this moment, a Kuan-Peng rushed out and spread its wings to the sky to resist the Overlord Bell. This was a kind of divine might. It shocked the other experts of the Tsang clan. They trembled with fear and almost collapsed to the ground. This was a diagram on the cauldron wall. It came out through the wall and displayed astonishing might. Under the activation of Yi Fan, the Kuan-Peng seemed to have been revived and gained life. "This is indeed the myriad Qi cauldron," the Saint King shouted. The Kuan-Peng was a legendary immortal spirit that had never been seen in the mortal world. In the mortal world, only the golden-winged Peng's bloodline wasn't pure. Even these descendants were powerful and terrifying enough. Now, in the primal chaos of the cauldron, a giant spirit transformed from a fish into a Peng. Its divine wings spread out 3,000 li, soaring into the sky, shattering the sky. It was simply going to tear apart the boundless heavenly dome. It threw itself at the Overlord Bell, exceptionally ferocious, its attacks terrifying and incomparable. Clang, the great bell rumbled. This vicious bird defied the heavens and smashed about, continuously clashing head-on. If its true body existed, it would definitely surpass many species from the archaic era. The Heaven Clan's Saint King was shocked. This cauldron's natural laws had just appeared, yet it was already this powerful. This ancient bird's fighting strength surpassed many saints. If Yi Fan broke through, this cauldron would also continue to evolve. One day, it would become an even higher level weapon, and this ancient bird would definitely become even more berserk. If that day really came and the myriad Qi cauldron transformed into an emperor weapon, would the true body of Kuan-Peng appear? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The Tsang clan's Saint King shivered. The roar of a Peng filled the skies, splitting the heavens and earth. This vicious bird covered tens of thousands of li with a single spread of its wings. It was as if it was going to tear apart the 9 heavens. Its enormous golden wings hacked down on the Overlord Bell like broadswords, making it rumble with ear-splitting sounds. The Saint Kings who were activating all types of forbidden formations shivered inwardly. They activated the killing formations while providing assistance and resisting. Clang, the Kuan-Peng covered the skies. Its enormous golden claws grabbed onto the Overlord Bell, about to tear it apart. Sound waves rang out endlessly, spreading for hundreds of thousands of li. This battle shook the entire ancient star. The Heaven Clan was the greatest power here, and no one could challenge them for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet now, such a great crisis had occurred. Quite a few people looked over, all of them greatly alarmed. Kacha! A piece of the great bell was torn off by this ancient bird that no longer existed in this world. It was actually a bit damaged, leaving everyone shocked. Endless sound waves spread outwards, shattering the heavenly dome inch by inch. The mountains and rivers without the protection of formations all collapsed. Kill! The 2 Saint Kings of the Heaven Clan roared. The killing formations and the Overlord Bell moved together to resist Yi Fan. They never thought that the divine physique of this generation would be so powerful. It made them shiver. Not to mention anything else, just this cauldron alone was already beyond their expectations. Beneath Yi Fan's feet, the heaven origin pattern channel continuously appeared. The divine formations that he had laid down before interweaved here, resonating with him. The mountains and rivers changed, and the sun, moon, and stars were drawn. Boundless divine splendor poured down from the heavens. He used the heaven origin pattern channel to resist the various forbidden formations of the Heaven Clan. At this time, the cauldron above his head shook again. An ancient ancestor on the cauldron's wall walked out from the primal chaos mist. This ancient ancestor was a peerless saint. He faced the Overlord Bell head-on, and his physical body was terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, the space between his brows shot out strands of primal chaos sword chi, its divine might unstoppable. The Overlord Bell rang, and every strand of primal chaos sword chi shook the heavens and the earth. The bell rumbled and shook violently, and the sword qi continued to flow, blocking the bell sound waves and preventing them from spreading. Yi Fan had the upper hand against the two Saint Kings. He was not under any pressure. What he needed to be wary of was the Overlord Bell's fragments, as well as the Yuan Taoist Master's calamity. Thus, when he used his origin technique, he had no choice but to pay attention. He was afraid that something bad would happen at this crucial moment. Boom! A deafening sound came from underground. Ancient patterns interweaved and shot into the sky. Both Yi Fan's origin formation and the Heaven Clan's forbidden formation were destroyed. This was a dazzling light, accompanied by the trembling of dragon veins and the descent of starlight from the cosmos. It was like thousands of silver waterfalls. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. This was without a doubt the Heaven origin pattern, and its mastery was above his own. Not only could it change mountains and rivers, but it could also borrow galaxies. He had long since known that the Yuan Taoist master was not the end. This was because Zhang Lin had told him this when he and the fifth-generation ancestral master were guarding the Valley of Gods. At that time, the fifth-generation ancestral master's stunning performance was proof of this. Zhang Lin had been lost for tens of thousands of years, and his body was covered in red fur. When he woke up, he could single-handedly suppress the ancient race's ancestral king. There were traces of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline buried deep underground. The patterns had come to life, and the starlight and moonlight descended. Draconic qi rose from the earth, and the heavens and earth intertwined. Soaring dragons rose, the sun and moon swayed, and the bright starlight mixed with the dense draconic qi. The mountains and rivers were strange and frightening. Ah! The Saint King controlling the forbidden formation cried out. He had been sent flying, and he had suffered heavy injuries. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Clang, the Overlord Bell was also attacked. The Saint King's expression changed as he retreated with all his might, using the giant bell to block the attack. That was because that place was the exit of the mysterious underground power, and he bore the brunt of the attack. Yi Fan also recalled the myriad qi cauldron and used it to protect himself. He quickly rushed into the distance. He realized that everything was caused by his Genesis technique. There's an ancient formation of Heaven's source underground. When was it built? He was very surprised. One had to know that the Tsang family had lived here for hundreds of thousands of years. How could they allow someone to lay a formation underground? In the eastern wasteland, even the first-generation ancestral master of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline had not lived this long. Who was the one who laid this formation? Kill. At this moment, Yi Fan did not hesitate. He took advantage of this opportunity to rush into the sky and kill his opponent. The patterns underground were extremely terrifying. They destroyed all the forbidden formations in the depths of the Tsang family's ancient land. It could be said that it was a terrifying suppression, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The patterns interweaved and spread to every corner. The two Saint Kings roared in anger. This was the blood and sweat of many generations. It was unknown how many divine materials were used to lay this formation. It was the crystallization of their blood, sweat, and tears. But at this moment, all of it no longer existed. In particular, their ancient formation was disintegrating. It made their hearts bleed. This was a formation at the peak of the great sage level. Unfortunately, part of the patterns had been worn away by the passage of time. In order to revive it, it needed to be gradually opened. The two Saint Kings were full of confidence. They wanted to use this to trap Yi Fan and kill him. But now, it exploded. The patterns underground spread up and completely destroyed it. Yi Fan shook his head. He had already used his unparalleled Genesis technique to find out that there was a terrifying formation here. If the Great Sage formation was not destroyed, he would not step into this dangerous place. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. The Saint King controlling the formation now lost the protection of the formation runes. When he faced Yi Fan, he suffered the most terrifying attack. Poof! Yi Fan used the Battle Saint technique. The Tai sovereign's sword appeared and cut the Saint King in half. Blood rained down. The Dao sword was like a huge dragon soaring through the sky. It was extremely sharp. The dragon head was raised high as if it could cut through the heavens. Yi Fan stood with the sword in hand. The second attack fell and cut through the Saint King's body. Only a Yuan spirit was left, and he was captured. You. The other Saint King was shocked and angry. He did his best to save him. If he was defeated by the saint body and the ancient land was broken, he would not be able to accept it. Dang! Yi Fan shook the cauldron and slammed into the overlord bell. The sound was like a flood, vast and boundless. It made people's ears ring. The Saint King used the overlord bell fragment to resist, but he could not change anything. The overlord bell suddenly cracked. The fragments shone brightly and flew towards the outer realm. Huh! Yi Fan was shocked. He used the myriad chi cauldron to block it, but it did not succeed. The fragments of the overlord bell actually revived on their own. There was an immortal law power inside. It emitted strands of weak emperor's might that entered the sky. Poof! The Saint King was smashed into pieces by the myriad chi cauldron. His body was destroyed. His Yuan spirit left his body and wanted to escape, but it was instantly suppressed by the cauldron and could not move. The battle ended. The Grey family had become a ruined land. The walls were broken and the mountains had collapsed. It was almost razed to the ground. If it were not for the protection of those formations, this place would have been turned to ashes. Nothing would be left. After Yi Fan stopped his origin technique attack, the underground origin formation immediately disappeared and did not continue to spread. The other people of the Grey family had all fled. Even the two Saint Kings could not defeat them. How could they dare to fight? They were not on the same level at all. And Yi Fan did not want to start a massacre, so he did not chase after those people. In the ruins, Yi Fan stood on the rubble. He did not immediately go to the underground origin formation to explore. Instead, he observed the Yuan spirits of the two Saint Kings. He wanted to understand the secrets of the past, and he also wanted to see what was special about the overlord body. The mother planet of the Saint Physique has become a dead planet. He was stunned. He did not think that he would find out such secrets as soon as he explored. The Saint Physique and the tyrant blood of the ether had fought. They were natural enemies, long before the era of the Big Dipper Saint Physique. Their struggle actually involved achieving the path. Suddenly, the clanging sound of swords came from a broken mountain in front of him. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head and flew up. This was an important place. Unfortunately, everything had been destroyed. Only a jade jar remained. At this moment, cracks appeared on it and it suddenly exploded. Strands of purple blood sprinkled on the mountain rocks. They were incomparably resplendent, as if formed from divine light. They could penetrate the bluestone and were boundlessly domineering. Tyrant blood of the ether, two beams of light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. He stared at the dazzling purple blood, looking through the source and capturing strands of order laws. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying figure formed from purple blood condensed. It was majestic and domineering. It's him. It's actually him. Two brilliant beams of light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. Before this figure had completely formed, he knew who it was. Chapter 1337. Purple blood turned into a figure. His appearance was valiant and intimidating. There was an exceptional domineering aura around him. He was like a towering mountain. His hair was messy and his eyes were cold. Yi Fan had never truly met this person before, but he had seen him through the fluctuations of a certain person's divine sense. It was because he had left that person with a deep and unforgettable impression. Many years ago, there was once a young man with a heroic appearance who shocked a region. He was unrivaled among his peers in that ancient land of life and was known as the number one of the younger generation. He harbored a dream and a will to devour mountains and rivers as he stepped onto the ancient starry sky path alone. He courageously advanced and killed his way to the human race's ancient sacred city. Even though he encountered many heroes from different star regions, he was still outstanding and stood among the most powerful. His talents were extremely high and rarely seen among this group of challengers. Even the guide praised him, saying that if he was given time, he would definitely rule over a region in the future and become a matchless expert of the human race. Unfortunately, this kind of heroic talent didn't even have the chance to display his splendor and withered away prematurely. He encountered someone in the human race's second city that he shouldn't have encountered. 100 vessels vying for the current, heroes competing against each other. In an archaic Dao rite, he fought his way through bloody battles and created his own world. He sat on top of an ancient cliff and calmly comprehended the great Dao. However, a terrifying thing happened next. He encountered the greatest setback of his life. A man and a horse stepped into the sky with exceptional domineeringness. With just a single spear, he was nailed to the boundless ancient land along with his mount, drenched in fresh blood. That man and horse didn't stop for even a moment. They stepped into the sky and broke through the so-called immortal archaic Dao rite. They rushed into outer space alone like a demonic god. How domineering was that? His entire body was ice cold. Even though he was lucky enough to survive, the fire in his heart was extinguished. A young man full of vigor became dispirited and extreme from then on. More than 10 years later, he gathered his courage and stepped onto the ancient path again. Unfortunately, he encountered another person and a similar tragedy played out. He was nailed to the ground by a spear and his blood dyed the ground red. This extinguished the last bit of hope in his heart. From then on, the human race's second city gained an old soldier. He often gazed at the starry sky ancient path at night with a lonely and miserable expression. His name is Guansheng. More than 20 years ago, when Yifan nailed Guansheng to the ground with his spear, from the splashing blood and the fluctuations of Guansheng's divine sense, he saw a majestic and intimidating man. It was this man in front of him. The first person to make Guansheng feel disheartened and dispirited is the overlord body of the ether. Yifan muttered to himself. He never thought that he would meet his old enemy many years ago. He had never been clear about this person's origins. The ancient path had been broken for more than 20 years, and only today did he find out. Memories of the past flashed past. Up ahead, Zi Shui had taken human form. He possessed terrifying fluctuations. His eyes opened, and essence energy rushed into the heavens. They were like two torches that burned fiercely. He actually had a wisp of consciousness. One could imagine how terrifying this blood was. This was the tyrant blood body. Back then, he passed by this place and left behind a pot of pure purple blood for the descendants of the tyrant blood of the firmament. Its divinity wouldn't scatter and wouldn't be extinguished. The golden blood in Yifan's body stirred restlessly, innately opposing each other. As soon as they met, they sensed each other, almost boiling over. Roar. On the other side, the purple blood body actually released a roar, shaking the entire ruined ancient land until it trembled. Boulders tumbled down from dozens of broken mountains, rumbling with noise. He took a step out and attacked over. This was a type of instinct. He was full of hostility towards those with golden blood flowing through their bodies. No matter how powerful you are still just a blood body. You dare to be so arrogant and domineering? I'll deal with you. Yifan sneered. He reached out a large hand and fiercely slapped down. Golden light flourished, covering this blood body. Pooh! Purple blood splashed everywhere. Yifan directly erased him. If he couldn't even directly kill a blood body in the 8th layer of the Saint Realm, then there was no need for him to fight against his old enemy. The purple blood was extremely dazzling. Every drop and strand was filled with divinity. When it landed on the mountain rocks, it entered the earth layer and blossomed with precious splendor. It made this place seem sparkling and translucent with dense purple energy. Yifan took out a jade jar and used the army formula to collect all of the blood. He then carefully observed it and studied its bloodline power. This was a type of tyrannical blood that contained a mysterious power. It could be considered a type of great medicine for the human body. For many people, it was exceptionally precious. Unfortunately, it was difficult for Yi Fan to use it, and he couldn't refine it either. He naturally clashed with this purple blood, so he tried to merge a drop of golden blood with a drop of purple blood. The two of them burned up completely. "Uncle, what use does this jar of purple blood have?" Xianxia asked while blinking her large eyes. "To feed horses, dragons, bears," Yi Fan replied. The Grey race's ancient land was in a state of desolation. It had become a vast wasteland and lost its former majesty and magnificence. "Don't be too pleased with yourself. The one with the true tyrant sky blood in his body won't let you go. He will definitely slaughter his way back from the starry skies just like he did hundreds of thousands of years ago. He will kill the human race's divine physique in the human race's 50th city." A primordial spirit roared, full of unwillingness. "Noisy." Yi Fan flicked his finger, almost turning him into ashes. The primordial spirits of the two Saint Kings were both imprisoned. Yi Fan continued to explore, wanting to understand the unknown secrets of the ancient times. Unfortunately, too much time had passed, and many things of the past had been forgotten. They were only descendants of the tyrant sky blood lineage and could no longer be considered people of that ancient planet. Countless years ago, a supreme being appeared in the tyrant sky race. He killed a few quasi-emperors in the cosmos and was known to be unrivaled under the starry skies. He was about to prove his Tao. Oh, but he was killed by a divine physique expert. Yi Fan's body immediately trembled when he saw this secret. What era was this? Was it the archaic era or an even more ancient era? He had never heard of it before. It was extremely difficult for an tyrant sky race to prove their Tao, and it was almost impossible. Finally, a supreme being appeared who might have taken that step, but he was killed by an old enemy. That supreme divine physique expert is also dead. He failed to prove his Tao and perished in the cosmos. The primordial spirit of one of the Saint Kings howled. The divine physique race has become a thing of the past. Even the mother planet no longer exists, the other Saint King shouted. Yi Fan ignored him and continued to explore his sea of consciousness. He was shocked when he saw that the enmity between the two races was so long that it could actually be traced back to the mythological era. So much so that it actually involved the battle of the ancient heaven. Unfortunately, it was too long ago, so long that the two of them couldn't figure it out. They only had vague legends that they seemed to have participated in the great battle of that era. Yi Fan sank into contemplation. This was too astonishing. No wonder those with the tyrant sky blood in their veins hated the human race's divine physique so much. This kind of hatred was extremely old and had been branded into their bones and blood. "Let me see what's so special about the ancient scriptures of your race and how it sharpens one's body," said Yi Fan. The two of them immediately shouted in anger and struggled violently. However, how could they resist after falling into Yi Fan's hands? They were suppressed in an instant. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was disappointed. Many tens of thousands of years ago, there was a person with the tyrant sky blood physique who came to this place and took back the ancient scriptures that were originally incomplete. During the endless years, there was more than one tyrant body that had walked on the ancient starry sky path. The human race's 50th pass was too special. The scriptures were spread outside and easily coveted by others. And now, the descendants of the tyrant sky blood lineage no longer cultivated the ancestral scriptures but a different sacred method orthodoxy. Yi Fan sighed and shook his head. Nowadays, the sacred orthodoxy didn't have much attraction for him. Only the scriptures of the great ancient emperors could move him. However, he also obtained some valuable information. The tyrant body was extremely powerful and could contend against the divine physique. The tyrant blood lineage was a supreme precious blood in the mythological era. In the distance, many divine senses probed over, but they didn't dare to take a step closer. On this ancient star, the Tsang family was the most powerful race. The other inheritances were all suppressed by the great Tao. Now that the Tsang family was defeated, the other powers were naturally trembling in fear. Yi Fan probed their sea of consciousness and obtained a lot of valuable information. After that, he gave them a quick death by turning them into ashes with a single slap. He stood there and pondered for a very long time. During this process, the little boy was very quiet. He sat on the bluestone with his chin propped on his hand, not wanting to disturb him. In the distance, many experts silently retreated, not daring to approach. Fear filled their hearts. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan recovered. He smiled at the little boy and asked, "Are you hungry?" "A little." Yang Shi replied. "Do you want to enter my source chi cauldron and have a feast?" Yi Fan asked. "Sure." The little boy was extremely excited. He was filled with anticipation. With a flash of light, he was sucked into the cauldron. Yi Fan observed this dilapidated land. He used Genesis arts and his gaze pierced into the depths of the earth, beginning to probe the heavenly origin divine formation. This place was very strange. How could there be such formation runes? It was simply unimaginable. They should have appeared on this ancient star earlier than the heavenly race. He was very cautious. After observing the terrain for a long time, he walked step by step into the depths of the earth to capture the great dragon veins. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. These. Yi Fan was shocked. He saw many heavenly origin runes carved on the dragon veins. They were complex and profound. These marks had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Large numbers of the runes had dimmed, destroyed by the power of time. Not long after, these ancient formations were activated and instantly exploded. More than half of the remaining Dao runes were destroyed. This caused many thoughts to run through Yi Fan's mind. Heavenly origin runes from tens of millions of years ago, this was simply too shocking and somewhat unreal. One must know that the first heavenly origin ancestor of the eastern wasteland had only appeared about 100,000 years ago. He had shone brilliantly in the post-primordial era. This place and these ancient formations might be products of the archaic era, or even older. How could this not be shocking? The Heavenly Origin book was cast from a special kind of silver metal. It was unknown which era it was written in, but it was said that even the first-generation ancestor had used it to cultivate. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had already returned it to Jianghu. Otherwise, he could have taken it out to see if it could resonate with the runes here. In that case, it originates from the starry skies and isn't an ancient technique created by the eastern wasteland. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He carefully examined the ground. Apart from the obliterated ancient runes, he didn't find anything special. Moreover, nothing inauspicious had happened to his body either. Could it be that the ancient formation has already been destroyed and lost a kind of demonic power? That's why it doesn't affect me much. No, there should be something special that was obliterated just now. He searched again and finally found a human-shaped pile of ashes. This place gave off an eerie feeling, and it was very strange. Yi Fan stayed on this planet for 3 days. He explored the depths of the earth and found even more ruins, all of which were ancient formations that had almost been obliterated to the point where they couldn't be seen anymore. Finally, he left the ground and soared into the starry skies. He looked down at the ancient planet, deep in thought. Suddenly, Yi Fan's body trembled as if he had thought of something. He looked at another ancient planet with life in the distance. That was the ancient land where Yang Shi and the others lived. What a grand scheme. The eastern wasteland's Yuan Taoist master can control the geography of the mountains and rivers, and the experts in the starry skies are fiddling with the stars. Yi Fan cried out involuntarily. He hadn't been so shocked in many years. What he had discovered underground was only the tip of the iceberg. The true secret was the layout of this starry sky. 2 ancient planets with life, 2 sources of life. They were all man-made, and at specific times, this starry sky would become a mysterious and orderly diagram. Chapter 1338. The galaxy in the universe was bright. However, in this endless star area, the ancient ruins of life were too rare. Compared to the vast heaven territory, they were almost negligible. In such a vast star area, it was a big event to find traces of life. Yi Fan stood in the sky, observing the sea of stars, the sun, the moon, and the galaxy. Compared to the celestial bodies in the universe, human beings were really humble and small. Their short lives were just a blink of the starry sky. However, it was this kind of subtle human being that could sometimes be strong enough to change the sky and the earth. They could control this universe and become the supreme, omnipotent ruler. The life star on the other side corresponded to the tyrant burial ground here. According to the original technique, it would rotate to a strange position after a certain period of time. At that time, a magnificent spectacle would appear in this starry sky. This is the extreme of resonance, using the stars as chess pieces on the board, manipulating the boundless heaven and earth, turning it into the patterns one needs. Just how great of a skill is this? It is shocking from past until present. Yi Fan released a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't do it at the moment. This kind of layout was really earth-shaking. Stealing the fortune of the sun, moon, and stars, what did they want to do? The 50th challenge of the human clan was a special place, a variable in the Dian. Today, someone had arranged such a vast ruin, which made people wonder. Yi Fan stood in the starry sky and quietly calculated, constantly using the original technique to calculate. Then, he spread his palm and sprinkled a handful of Star River God sand, which sparkled and sparkled. He looked at them as if they were stars. He calculated all the stars in this area, including the meteorites. He placed a small astrolabe, which showed a large area of the starry sky. When the sun and the moon overlapped, when the planets revolved, and when they reached a special period of time, these stars arranged themselves into the pattern of this place. "It's really beautiful and brilliant," said Yang Shi. His big eyes gazed at the Star River God sand. It was a miniature starry sky, which made the little guy fantasize. Yi Fan didn't let him stay in the myriad Chi cauldron all the time. As long as there was no danger, he would let him stay in his gold sacred domain to increase his knowledge. Indeed, such a great display, it really is beautiful. I believe that all of the heroes from past until now would be convinced, feeling inferior. Yi Fan said. This Star River God sand simulated the real scene of this starry sky at a special time. It was the result of his meticulous calculation and deduction. It could be called magnificent. It was a massive yin and yang diagram. The two life stars where the sacred body and the tyrannical ether blood were buried were the two yin and yang points of this ancient diagram. When the sun explodes and is destroyed, releasing its energy, this diagram will truly open. Then, it will light up the immortal divinity that can illuminate the entire star area. The ancient diagram will revive. After thousands of calculations, Yi Fan used the Genesis technique to restore these. However, he did not know what would happen after the divine diagram was resurrected. He could not evolve to that stage. It's so vast. Is it all set up by humans? Perhaps they left some traces and clues. The little kid expressed his childish opinion. Being in the gold's sacred region, he could speak, he could breathe, and he didn't feel uncomfortable in the cold universe. In the next half a month, Yi Fan roamed the starry sky, constantly exploring. He left his footprints in every dragon vein of the two ancient life stars. His figure could even be seen in the sun star. Such a vast arrangement, of course, it was best to arrange it in the natural pattern. It was the easiest to save energy, and the most man-made traces were the meteorites. Many meteorites were intermittent. When they connected at a specific time, they would form a yin and yang curve, dividing this vast ancient celestial diagram. After Yi Fan failed to find anything in the poles and the sun, he entered the key position of the huge divine diagram, the curve of the Tao. It was very important. Perhaps it was the only place where he could find something. Suddenly, when he approached a meteorite that was as big as a star, Yi Fan's body shook. He felt pain all over, as if many steel needles were about to pierce through his skin. Ouch! The little kid screamed. They were strands of red hair, but as soon as they appeared, Yi Fan suppressed them. The golden blood in his body flowed faster, and his divine power burned fiercely, strangling this unforeseen event. The yin and yang dividing line in the ancient Tai Chi diagram was formed by countless meteorites. They didn't form a line at the moment, and they were scattered in different areas without reaching a specific time. Yi Fan had just boarded a huge meteorite at the edge, and he encountered such an inauspicious situation. He was alert and carefully boarded this broken star. He was sure that the person who arranged this heaven and earth pattern was many times more exquisite than his Genesis technique. He was far from reaching the end of the Genesis technique path. In the Eastern Baron, several Yuan Taoist masters had created some techniques in their later years to perfect the source heavenly book. Obviously, they also knew that this path could go further. This meteorite was full of holes and cracks, and there were many Genesis heavenly patterns. When Yifan boarded the meteorite, he felt a wave of cold air. His eyes froze, and he saw a figure in front of him. It was an ancient path platform, and on it sat a skinny figure motionlessly. With every step he took, Yifan's body would hurt a little, and he would feel it. When he got closer, he saw the person's true appearance. His skin was yellow and shriveled, and his body was motionless. He didn't know how many years he had passed away. Clothing from the ancient times. Yifan muttered to himself. These years, he had read many ancient books and understood the characteristics of many eras. This was a person from the ancient times. If he guessed correctly, he was most likely an ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline. There was a kind of dark energy in his body, and as soon as Yifan probed, he immediately shattered and turned to dust. It had been too long, and in such a long time, the bones of ordinary saints would have turned to dust. The great Tao would activate the remnant laws in their bodies to forcefully dissolve them. There was a time limit to immortality. There were some Genesis heavenly patterns on this huge meteorite, but they were mostly destroyed. Yifan followed this curved ancient path and continued to land on other meteorites. Just like that, he moved faster and faster. He was very far from the 50th human city, and the land became more and more desolate. He entered a strange ancient land. The broken yin-yang dividing line was scattered everywhere. According to what Yifan had deduced, he didn't miss a single spot. Along the way, his body felt it several times. "Uncle, there are more and more meteorites. Will we encounter some kind of creature? Why do I feel like there's something watching us?" Xianxia whispered as he carefully observed the meteorites around them. Yifan rubbed his head and felt deeply gratified. This kind of innate talent was truly extraordinary. This rotten child's spiritual sense was extremely sharp, and he could actually sense the abnormality. It was truly rare. In reality, Yifan had long since sensed that the seemingly dead meteorite group was not a desolate land. There really was a pair of cold eyes watching them from the dark. "Where do you think you're going?" Yifan suddenly shouted and suddenly launched an attack. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed toward a ring-shaped mountain. This kind of speed left even Saint Kings in the dust. They could only sigh in admiration. Aoo. This was the roar of a soul. It was mournful and ear-piercing. It was extremely powerful and directly attacked the soul. Behind Yifan, a 5-colored divine light flashed as 5 treasured swords slashed forward. The humanoid creature was instantly slashed horizontally and was sliced into several pieces. This was an extremely powerful creature. Its entire body was covered in black fur and it was a foot long. It resembled a huge monkey, but it was impossible for it to be Yifan's opponent. It could only die with a grudge. "Uncle, is he a ghost?" The rotten child's face was somewhat pale. Even though his will was firm, he was still very young and had never seen such a thing before. "This seems to be a ghost ape," Yifan patiently explained. Duanda had once said that this kind of creature was born in the extreme ancient tomb and was born from the transformation of powerful corpses. This was a type of living creature. From the point of view of mortals, it could barely be considered a ghost. But if one looked deeper, the difference would be huge. The golden divine flames around Yifan's body burned brightly, illuminating the entire area. The body parts on the ground were struggling unceasingly. He took a step forward and read the consciousness of this ghost ape. "In my previous life, my immortal foundation has long since decayed. Now, I'm only left with a kind of instinct and some blurry memories." "What, ghost soldier, crossed the star field?" Suddenly, Yifan was astonished as he saw this blurry imprint. His heart trembled as he thought of many things. With a flick of his finger, his battle prowess of the 8th level of the Saint Realm was completely displayed. A golden flame burned this ghost ape cleanly, leaving nothing behind. There were strange creatures left behind here. Could it be that this huge celestial formation wasn't completely abandoned and was still being used? Yi Fan's heart trembled at the thought of this. He felt that he might be able to catch something extraordinary. "Uncle, did you catch a ghost just now?" The rotten child's eyes were full of little stars and his face was full of worship. Clearly, he hadn't truly entered the life of a cultivator. After walking on the path of cultivation, how could there be any ghosts? This is nothing. Yi Fan shook his head. A few days later, they approached a special meteorite. The Yin energy here was extremely dense. Even the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars couldn't penetrate the thick mist. When Yi Fan set foot here, he immediately sensed the abnormality. The white bones on the ground were scattered everywhere, and they immediately shattered into snow-white bone powder. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the front of the field of bones. A group of heavily armored soldiers walked past. They were armed with iron spears, and the air was filled with Yin energy. Yin soldiers. Yi Fan was shocked, his heart shook, he suddenly thought of some familiar scenes. Eastern Baron, ancient purgatory. Tens of thousands of Yin soldiers appeared. The northern region Source King appeared there with red fur all over his body. He had been awake for a short while and told him that he was escorting the Yin soldiers across the border. At that time, Yi Fan, Duanda, and the Black Emperor saw with their own eyes that there were tens of thousands of Yin soldiers crossing a Yin river and entering the netherworld. They gradually disappeared. At that time, they were still discussing where these people went and what kind of existences they were. Now, Yi Fan saw similar Yin soldiers again, inwardly shaken. Yin soldiers borrowed the way, this was simply an army crossing star domains, fighting towards the distance. The red-furred Yuan Taoist master escorting the Yin soldiers across the border. Yi Fan was shaken. This was clearly related to the outer realm. What kind of power did they belong to? Without a doubt, the Yuan Taoist master played an extremely important role in this. Chapter 1339. The Yin mist pervaded the air and white bones littered the ground. In front of them was a squad of over 10 Yin soldiers. They were clad in heavy armor and wielded halberds and spears. They were filled with an austere aura. They patrolled this place with an eerie aura. There was no sign of life on their bodies and they were like cold puppets. So many ghosts. Have we arrived at the underworld? The rotten child was speechless. His face was pale at first, but now, he was gradually adapting. His little heart was slowly becoming more tenacious. Yi Fan frowned. He might have seen a superpower that had existed since the ancient times. It could be said to be an extremely terrifying inheritance. This was definitely a very serious matter. Yin soldiers borrowed the path to conquer the distant lands. There were such legends since ancient times, but very few people knew about the secrets behind them. This was clearly the mobilization of troops across star domains. How terrifying was this? Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. He didn't believe in the legends of evil ghosts. This was definitely a supreme organization. Yi Fan opened his heavenly gaze and carefully observed these Yin soldiers. They were all ancient corpses that had died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Some of their armors were clearly in the style of immemorial iron clothes. "Uncle, don't tell me we've really arrived at the underworld?" The rotten child asked in a small voice. His heart was in a mess. Yi Fan was startled. The underworld, this part of the starry sky also has a legend? Yes, the place where the dead go is also called the underworld. Isn't that what the people say? The little fellow blinked his big eyes and innocently asked. Yi Fan was stunned after hearing this. Whether it was on Earth, in the Big Dipper, or on this ancient starry sky path, they all had such legends. He had always scoffed at these rumors after he embarked on the path of cultivation. Cultivators themselves could fly in the sky, tunnel through the earth, move mountains, and fill the seas. They were already considered immortals in the eyes of mortals, so why would they believe in the ghosts of the underworld? At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that he had overlooked an extremely serious fact. Many ancient starry sky places had legends of the underworld, but he had chosen to ignore them. The underworld, under the rule of the Celestial Court, such an organization truly existed in the era of legends. It hasn't been completely annihilated, and it still controls the underworld. Yi Fan shuddered. He instantly thought of many questions. He had neglected a terrible question all these years. Who said that everything in the Celestial Court had turned to smoke? Over the countless years, ancient heaven was not just a simple survival of a small number of lost races. There should have been a considerable number of tribes that passed down their orthodoxy. The behemoth ancient heaven had not really turned into ashes. There were still traces of it. Perhaps there were still some gods ruling over some ancient star fields. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It wasn't as simple as just surviving a few descendants. Perhaps some of the regions they ruled had never declined. At the very least, the underworld still exists. With so many netherworld soldiers passing through, what kind of enormous force is this? They can mobilize troops across star fields. It can be described as a peerlessly terrifying force. Yi Fan had consulted many envoys and learned that the ancient starry sky road of the human race was a legacy of the mythological era. It had existed since the ancient heaven era and was inherited by later generations. It's the same road. If we continue like this, we might encounter everything in the ancient heaven. Yi Fan opened his celestial eye and carefully observed these netherworld soldiers. Through their armor, he saw their true appearances. Most of them were humans, but there were also a few demons and ancient races. The underworld under the rule of the Celestial Court doesn't discriminate between races. It's just that this part of the ancient road belongs to the human race. In the end, the celestial race, human race, demon race, and other branches will merge and lead to the ancient ultimate land. Yi Fan bypassed this group of netherworld soldiers and continued forward. In an open space, he saw a huge city. It was an immortal city built on white bones. Black mist curled up one after another. There weren't many netherworld soldiers, but they calmly entered and left this ancient city to patrol. What does all of this have to do with the Yuan Taoist master? How did they intersect? Yi Fan muttered to himself. This was practically a miniature underworld. There were no living creatures, only lifeless corpses. It was unknown why they could walk around like this, and even form groups of netherworld soldiers. It was truly hard to imagine that there would be such a huge ancient city on such an unremarkable meteorite. It was truly shocking, and contained countless secrets. Uncle, what are you planning to do? Could it be that you want to wreak havoc in the underworld? Xianxi's expression changed from uneasiness to calmness, and then to excitement. This change happened very quickly. Oh, I really have to go and take a look. Yi Fan nodded. He needed to thoroughly understand everything, as there were too many secrets hidden within. A single step took him hundreds of miles, and he circled around the meteorite. There was mist everywhere, and skeletons could be seen everywhere. It was extremely similar to the underworld. There weren't many netherworld soldiers, and they were all gathered in this ancient city, as though they were guarding something. This was an important stronghold of the underworld. Bang! Yi Fan circulated the Bing word incantation, and a netherworld soldier was flung through the air. In an instant, it was captured by Yi Fan. The heavily armored netherworld soldier opened its mouth and howled. Qin Wendian lifted his golden palm and directly pressed down, immobilizing the netherworld soldier. He pointed a finger at the netherworld soldier, reading the memories of its immortal foundation. However, a cracking sound rang out as the netherworld soldier's skull shattered. That place had long rotted away, and there were no memories left. There was only a devil will that echoed in his sea of consciousness, protect this city. How powerful was Yi Fan now? The soldier's struggle was futile. When this layer of armor was ripped off, cracks appeared all over its body, and then it turned into dust. Then, the armor did the same, disappearing with the wind. What method did he use to summon them back to the battlefield? Yi Fan couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought about it. He continued to attack and captured more than 10 Netherworld soldiers. Almost all of them experienced the same phenomenon. Their entire bodies turned into dust, as though they had experienced millions of years in an instant. There was only one exception. One of the Netherworld soldiers shone with a dark light before it rapidly shrank, turning into a thumb-sized black jade puppet. With a ding sound, it fell to the ground, its entire body flickering with a demonic light. Yi Fan picked it up and looked at it again and again. Such a thing had happened before in the Supreme Ancient Purgatory. Duanda captured a Netherworld soldier, and in the end, it turned into a jet-black puppet. After many years, Duanda figured out that this was a Een talisman, a Netherworld soldier created by a supreme existence to summon real ancient corpses as servants. It was difficult to obtain any great harvests outside the stronghold. Yi Fan moved stealthily and arrived in front of the city wall. He executed the row-word incantation and entered. Although there were formation runes obstructing him, it was difficult to stop him. The city was deathly silent, there were no signs of life at all. Only a sparse number of Netherworld soldiers could be seen walking on the ancient streets. There was nothing out of the ordinary. All of a sudden, the Een energy in the entire ancient city surged violently. All kinds of cold auras gathered in his direction. This was a city of the dead, and Yi Fan was a living being. He was sensed by the powerful and strange ancient formation runes, attracting the entire city of Netherworld soldiers to attack him. Who dares to intrude into my underworld? A hoarse voice transmitted over, low and terrifying. He arrived in a flash, bringing with him a torrential Een mist. This was a general of the Netherworld soldiers. He was clad in black armor, revealing a pair of deep and cold eyes. It was as if a ghostly fire was flickering in his eyes, emitting an astonishing holy might. Behind him, there was a large black mass of Netherworld soldiers. Hundreds of Netherworld soldiers wielded their weapons as they surrounded Yi Fan. I finally met someone with divine sense fluctuations. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He was not startled, but rather happy. Very soon, he was greatly shocked. The immortal platform of this Netherworld soldier general was black, different from the holiness of cultivators. The Een energy there was dense, like a cave of ghosts. What kind of place is this exactly? What kind of existences are you all? Why are you guarding this place? Yi Fan asked. On the road to Underworld, there is a pass. Why did you barge in? His voice was hoarse, and his words weren't very clear. His divine sense was scattered. Where is Underworld? Yi Fan asked again. I don't know, but you want to join us? He suddenly let out a long howl, causing the entire pass to tremble. In the distance, there were densely packed Netherworld soldiers everywhere, rushing over. At the same time, there was another long howl. A second Netherworld soldier general appeared, transforming into a beam of black demonic light as he rushed over, surrounding Yi Fan. This was an unavoidable battle. The thoughts of the Netherworld soldier general were very simple. He wanted to turn Yi Fan into one of them, turn him into a corpse, and enter Underworld. The night march of 100 ghosts, the dance of corpses. Uncle, hurry up and enter Underworld. If we succeed, we will be gods. The little rotten child cried out excitedly. What kind of nonsense was this? Yi Fan didn't care about it and began to fight. The moment the 6 paths of reincarnation fist appeared, golden blood chi surged. Many of the Netherworld soldiers turned into black smoke, and a small number of them became black jade puppets, falling to the ground. The powerful Yi Fan today could completely rule over an area. Even if he was in an ancient pass in Underworld, he still had no fear and could suppress an entire region. Pu, Piu, fist sounds rang out one after another. Yi Fan's fist force could definitely shatter mountains, rivers, and all living things. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Patches of Netherworld soldiers were turned into flying ashes. Yi Fan's golden palm descended, like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. The two generals couldn't move at all, both of them were suppressed. No matter how much they screamed, it was useless. Yi Fan searched their black immortal platforms. It was incomparably chaotic inside. They only had simple consciousnesses and were ordered to protect this place. There were no other distracting thoughts. This was an important place for Netherworld soldiers to pass through. Uncle, you're really too powerful. Have we become gods after defeating Underworld? Xianxia cried out. Yi Fan felt a great pressure. He had a bad premonition. He had come into contact with a shocking secret from ancient times until now. The Celestial Court had been destroyed, but the rule of Underworld Earth hadn't collapsed yet. After such a long period of time, they had always been mobilizing troops. Where exactly were they attacking? Can I enter the underworld of the legendary era from this place? He muttered to himself. He escorted the two generals forward and searched the ancient city. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart trembled. His entire body shone and golden blood surged. Densely packed red hair grew out from the surface of his body. His entire body was in pain and he felt uneasy. In the center of the ancient city, there were many heavenly origin runes that crisscrossed and emitted dazzling light. They were all activated. Strands of blood spread along the runes, causing this place to look incomparably demonic. It was filled with a strange and powerful magic power fluctuation. In the center of the blood-colored runes, there was a tall figure covered in red hair. The figure's back was facing him, and he looked like a devil. Die for me! Yi Fan shouted. A golden blood mist appeared, isolating the ominous aura outside his body. The blood-colored hair on his body was burned clean, and his body expelled strands of Yin Qi. Which generation's heaven source ancestor are you? Or are you an existence from the starry sky? I don't know the starting point, and I don't know the ending point. The end of the cycle of reincarnation will come to an end. The tall figure covered in red hair suddenly turned around. Even his eyes were blood red. Chapter 1340. Swoosh. The creature with red fur all over its body raised its hand, and the patterns on the ground all came to life as if they were alive. Sword cries rang out, and tens of thousands of sword chi slashed open the thick lead clouds in the sky, piercing into the cosmos. Without a doubt, this place had become a killing ground. Yi Fan was naturally under great threat. He stood there and became the target of attacks. Yi Fan didn't escape. He was calm and composed. He also knew Genesis arts, and more importantly, he was a powerful cultivator. The combination of the two multiplied his combat power. A golden Tai Chi appeared and enveloped him within. Around him, strands of innate Tao patterns spread out like golden lightning bolts that swam around. Using Genesis arts to resist, Tao laws to protect, and supreme divine forms to conquer, Yi Fan turned into the dragon-shaped golden Tai Chi. This was the essence of his self-created reincarnation scripture. The Genesis arts clashed, and the various patterns on the ground intertwined and fiercely resisted. As for himself, he urged the golden Tai Chi to crush forward and charge straight at the mysterious man. Who are you? Yi Fan asked. This person might be the Yuan Taoist master, or he might be an existence in the universe. He must be an expert in Genesis arts. In the center of the ancient city, the ground was covered in Genesis arts. They were densely packed and flickered with a strange light. Streams of blood flowed along these patterns. It was a horrifying sight. The end of reincarnation. Soul Summoner, he answered coldly. His blood-red eyes were like two demonic lanterns, emitting a heart-palpitating scarlet light. Don't talk to me about Underworld, and don't talk to me about reincarnation. I'm asking you who you were in your previous life. Did you come from the Emperor Burial Planet? How did you end up here? Yi Fan asked. The Yuan Taoist master's bloodline was inextricably linked to Underworld. It didn't even need to think to know who could protect the Nether soldiers. It was strange and mysterious. I've forgotten my previous life. At the end of reincarnation, everything has become nothing. Everything will come to an end. I'm here to bring you back. The tall body covered with red hair looked like a ferocious ghost that only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was ferocious and terrifying, and every inch of its skin, including its face, was covered with over half a foot long red hair. It was a simple conversation, but the two violently collided thousands of times. This was a battle of Genesis techniques. This person's technique was the best in the world, and his mastery of this ancient technique was even higher than Yi Fan's. This was a Yuan Taoist master who had long walked his own path, transcending the scope of the Genesis techniques recorded in ancient books, and had gone one step further. Boom! Between his palms and fingers, 6 layers of immortal light shot out, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, using the power of all living things to suppress Yi Fan. This was the 6 immortal seals. Yi Fan was shocked, and he quickly dodged. The golden divine lightning in front of his forehead flashed, and thousands of heaven-reaching sword chi flew out from the center of his brows, hacking at the 6 layers of celestial light, wanting to destroy it. Clang, clang, a deafening sound came, and everything in the world seemed to be pressing down at the same time, forming a vast and immeasurable power, suppressing Yi Fan together. The meteor trembled, and at the same time, the sun, moon, and stars appeared. Thousands of silver waterfalls fell from the sky, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. This was the saint power of the star domains summoned by the 6 immortal seals. This was an unstoppable and violent attack, drowning Yi Fan, wanting to suppress and seal him in it. It could be called a peerless divine technique. The 6 immortal seals was recorded in the source book, and it was an ancient technique that existed in theory. It had not been successfully created, and Yi Fan could currently use it to the 5 immortal seals. Even the Yuan Taoist master couldn't use it all, and he needed to go to a higher level. But this person had used it all, and it was an extreme transformation. Yi Fan suspected that it was actually the 7 immortal seals, and had long surpassed the theoretical 6 seals' ancient technique. From its name, one could see the power of this Taoist technique. When reached the extreme, it could suppress gods and seal immortals. Although it was an exaggeration, it was enough to show how terrifying it was. Streams of stars descended one after another, majestic and boundless, turning into 6 small worlds, sealing down layer after layer. Boom! Golden lightning shot in front of Yi Fan's brow, and the heavenly sword chi was incomparably dazzling. This was imitating the primitive emperor's Taoist sword, and it slashed continuously, causing heaven and earth to shatter. This was originally a forbidden divine technique, which Yi Fan obtained after observing and repeatedly evolving during the battle with Yuan Gu. Unfortunately, it was incomplete, and it could not be perfected. Clang, clang, the heavenly sword chi rushed into the sky, and even if one layer of the small world was cut open, there was still the next layer, layer after layer, overlapping, a total of 6 layers, and even the shadow of the 7th layer had already appeared, but it still could not be broken. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Tao of Genesis techniques was limitless. Borrowing the power of the galaxy of heaven and earth, one could evolve their own Taoist technique to this stage, and it could be said to be astonishing. This was an inheritance that could look down on both ancient and modern times. Millions and millions of strands of stellar radiance spread out, forming a silvery white expanse. They poured down from every opening, forming a 6-layered small world to seal Yi Fan. A large pure white cocoon was formed there, wrapping him within. It emitted waves of holy energy, and the 6 layers of small worlds overlapped, turning into a prison. Yi Fan faced the battle calmly. The instant he was about to be sealed, all kinds of secret techniques were used at almost the same time. The golden divine treasure appeared behind him, and his hands brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His eyes also surged with immortal light. Several of the most powerful ancient techniques appeared, and even the powerful 6 seals couldn't stop them. Yi Fan tore open the large silver cocoon and quickly rushed towards the red-haired creature. He wanted to slit its throat with a single strike, quickly capture it, and interrogate it for all kinds of secrets. However, the red-haired creature was really very powerful. The divine techniques between its fingers were endless, and it could call the wind and summon the rain, pluck the stars and capture the moon. He tore open space and sent Yi Fan flying into a starry sky. the true great art of changing heaven and earth. At this moment, he connected the outer realm, connecting this meteorite to another brilliant starry sky. He wanted to send Yifan in and pull away enough distance. Many saints couldn't do this, but after the heavenly origin divine technique had been refined to a higher realm, he could do it. He could control the power of the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, and use all things in the universe for his own use. Swoosh! Dao patterns appeared under Yifan's feet, and footprints appeared in the void one after another, imprinting themselves into Dao diagrams. This was the embodiment of using the row character technique to its peak. He wasn't swallowed by the starry sky, and he crossed the natural chasm, charging towards the terrifying red-haired creature. Yifan rapidly closed in. He opened his mouth and let out a clear roar. Strands of sound waves turned into Dao laws, suppressing forward. If they really were hit, even a Saint King might not be able to withstand it. However, the red-haired creature was extremely powerful. All kinds of patterns interweaved under his feet, and in an instant, the stars moved and the mountains and rivers lost their color. He was clearly standing there, but it was as if he had suddenly been pulled 10 million miles away. The plaza at the center of the ancient city was full of heavenly origin patterns. This was an extreme formation, and even with Yifan's peerless offensive power, he couldn't break in and was pulled away. The only fortunate thing was that he knew Genesis techniques, so he didn't get lost here. With each step, he rushed in and killed his way closer and closer. Of course, Yifan couldn't be as fast as the red-haired creature. This place had the wonders of heaven and earth, and it had been arranged by peerless Genesis technique experts for many years. Sometimes, he would stop to think of a way to break it. In fact, he even encountered fatal disasters several times. The ancient Genesis technique formation had awakened, and this place could kill peerless experts. This was a fierce battle that Yifan had encountered on the ancient path of the starry sky. He had attacked for a long time without success, and it was very difficult. Anyone who didn't understand Genesis techniques would have died a long time ago. Yifan believed that even a few Saint Kings working together couldn't break this ancient formation. This was definitely the crystallization of Genesis techniques. After experiencing several disasters, he had become even more cautious. Suddenly, the red-haired creature murmured, and its blood-red eyes flickered. It was demonic and strange. The laws and Dao patterns in this world were even more concentrated, and the vast ripples coming from the outer realm were especially so. Yifan raised his head, and his heart immediately jumped. This was too powerful. It was a group of meteors, vast and boundless. When they flew over together, it was as if they were immortals in heaven. What kind of vast power was this? It could definitely destroy the star fragment they were on. Regardless of whether it was the ancient city or the underworld, they would all be smashed into dust. Yifan believed that with his own strength, he could shatter the meteors one by one. However, this group of meteors was definitely different. They were arranged into a strange pattern. That is, the manifestation of the Genesis technique's blessing. They are separated by an endless distance, but the Dao patterns have already been carved on them. His heart sank. The brilliant meteors flew over and arranged into Dao patterns. It was like a misty rain sprinkling down, and there was actually a kind of desolate beauty to it. Yifan let out a shout, and the surrounding patterns spread out. They were dazzling, and they faced the sky as all kinds of Dao techniques were used. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the golden divine treasure, and the origin magnetic immortal light all came out. He also opened up his vision to attack and defend as he fought this red-haired creature. All kinds of Dao sounds rang out, lingering in the ears. Brilliant light completely engulfed this place, and the Yin fog was completely refined. The ghost soldiers and the 2 saint-level generals were all turned into dust, no longer existing. Yifan's entire body was shining like a blazing sun falling into the snow, melting the ice kingdom. The netherworld soil was almost evaporated, and all kinds of ghostly chi dissipated. The city instantly disintegrated. After so many years, this was the first time Yifan had been forced into such a situation. Today, it could be said that he was fighting with his life on the line. Meteors exploded one after another in the sky, but the heaven's genesis patterns didn't dissipate and continued to attack. In the starry sky, a misty rain bloomed. Every gorgeous scene represented the explosion of a star fragment. It was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. It's another year when the divine flower blooms. Revive her. Did I pick it? No, I failed. The red-haired monster's eyes were dazed, and the blood in his eyes gradually faded. He stared at the dazzling rain of light in the sky and muttered to himself, "Who am I? I am the fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master, Wu Yi." Yi Fan's heart trembled when he heard this. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but sigh. The one he was fighting with was indeed the Heaven's Origins patriarch. Boom! He continued to break the spell. Rumbling sounds rang out as the meteors exploded one after another. The ruins on the plaza were also continuously collapsing. He flew forward at lightning speed. Yi Fan's bloody battle with the fourth-generation patriarch had finally come to an end. Because Wu Yi was in a daze and no longer controlled the heaven's genesis patterns, the stalemate was broken. All kinds of mystical patterns crumbled one after another, and only the meteors in the sky were left blooming like fireworks. Yi Fan destroyed the ancient array and stopped his attack. Golden blood dripped from his body. After so many years of fighting in the starry sky, there were very few people who could injure him. This time, he was seriously injured after fighting with the patriarch. Wu Yi could definitely kill sage monarchs, and by borrowing the power of the heaven and earth galaxy, he had set up the heaven and earth shaking heaven's genesis patterns. His strength was terrifying. Wu Yi seemed to have exhausted all his energy, and he was on the verge of collapse. The blood in his eyes receded, and he gradually regained his clarity. He stared at Yi Fan in a daze and said, "The Yuan Taoist master's lineage has a successor. What happened to the patriarch?" Yi Fan asked. The inauspicious had long been fated, and everything was a calamity of longevity. The mythological era had not ended, and we were forced to open up the path of immortality. We used our genesis techniques to search for the fortune of the heavens and earth, and buried our bodies. We were the ones who tested the techniques, observed the reincarnation seals, and built the path of longevity. Chapter 1341. The seal of reincarnation was an ancient method used to prove immortality in the mythological era. The supreme beings of ancient times had studied and comprehended it for a long period of time. It was said that only during that era did someone try it and tasted the bitter fruit. After that, there were no more records. However, this wasn't the first time Yi Fan had come into contact with it in this world. He, the human demon, and the Black Emperor had accidentally discovered Duanda's secret in the Sun Star. There were 4 seals of reincarnation on his body. People were no longer the people of the past. Their souls had also changed. From a certain point of view, this was a brand new life form. What was the meaning of this? Yi Fan had once asked himself if it was worth it to replace his soul in order to preserve part of his life characteristics. The answer was that he wouldn't accept it no matter what. He would never walk this path. At this moment, he was stunned when he heard the seal of reincarnation again. You and I were separated by a long period of time. We were able to meet because of the half of the seal of reincarnation in my body. In fact, I'm already a corpse. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master's eyes were dim as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. I've obtained the grand beginning life stone, harvested the immortal origin, cut out an unformed holy spirit, and dug out the dark underworld. I've set foot in too many areas that I can't touch. Inauspiciousness has long been fated. Wu Yi's eyes were lifeless. In this world, there were some areas that even someone as strong as the great sage couldn't touch. They could easily die. Only the great ancient emperors were fearless and could suppress everything. The curse descends. We have no choice. We will be muddle-headed in our later years until we take that step. This is a kind of fate that's hard to break. Inauspicious things will come knocking on our door. There were some areas in this world that couldn't be broken once you set foot in. You would sink deeper and deeper until there was no way back. We pass our days in a daze. We can vaguely hear the seal of reincarnation. Everything I've said is just speculation. What's the real situation? Wu Yi roared in pain and shook his head. The light in his eyes became dimmer. Yi Fan sighed. How lamentable was this? He didn't even know what he had done. After such a long period of time, there was only a blank space left. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were miserable. He had seen many inauspicious things. Disappearing from this world meant becoming a red-haired creature. Yi Fan had many things he wanted to say, but he didn't know where to start. Wu Yi didn't know much. He had vaguely heard it through his divine sense. Most of it was just speculation. Wu Yi fell into a daze as though he was thinking hard. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly said, Emperor Burial Star is suitable for burying ancient emperors. Ancestor, why do you say that? Yi Fan was shocked. I seem to have vaguely heard this sentence before, but I don't know who said it. He had been muddle-headed for too long that he did not even know why he had to escort the Yin soldiers across the border. It was as if there was another consciousness residing in his body. Yi Fan woke up with a start. The consciousness that resided was this life's Wu Yi, a brand new soul body. He was no longer the same person as the past. It was another soul that had escorted the Yin soldiers across the border and participated in the earlier battle. Yi Fan shuddered. He had almost forgotten that Wu Yi had only formed half a seal of samsara. Thus, even though he had died in his previous life, his old memories had not been completely erased. The path of immortal ascension is the path taken by the ancient method of immortal ascension, Wu Yi suddenly said. Do you still hear it vaguely? Yi Fan asked urgently. Yes. The fourth-generation patriarch nodded. His eyes dimmed and became a leaden gray without a trace of luster. Yi Fan's heart was beating wildly. He felt that some of his previous thoughts were wrong. Who was it that said those words? What kind of existence did Wu Yi see in the underworld? He really wanted to know everything. There are two paths. Wu Yi's mind was absent-minded, as if he was talking in his sleep. One is a path that leads to an immortal domain that we don't even know exists. One is to pursue the ancient method of becoming an immortal. Yi Fan's heart trembled. What had he heard today? Did the fourth-generation patriarch's words about being suitable for burying primeval emperors have anything to do with the path of immortalization? Send me on my way. Wu Yi sighed softly. The real him was already dead. Now that he could die with a clear mind, it was the greatest release for him. Boom! Suddenly, a horrifying aura erupted. Wu Yi's eyes suddenly turned as red as blood, and he became ferocious and terrifying. The red fur on his body moved even though there was no wind, and he looked exceptionally ferocious. He attacked in an instant, and the sky was filled with mystical patterns. The heaven's origin pattern reappeared, and he attacked Yi Fan. Without a doubt, Wu Yi's soul body had changed. The present life had awakened, and he had suppressed the past consciousness fragments. He had become the soul summoning envoy of the underworld. Yi Fan did not show mercy. He attacked decisively because he had been on guard all this time. Against an existence that could kill a sage king, a single mistake would result in a bloodbath. Wang. Yi Fan activated his phenomenon. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens, the primal chaos lotus, the beautiful land and mountains, the yin-yang diagram of life and death all appeared. They linked together and became one. It was as if a new world had been created. At this moment, he did not want to hold anything back. At the same time, he activated the Battle Saint technique. With the void mirror in his left hand and the Wuxia bell in his right, he released terrifying divine might. The mirror light and bell ripples moved together, suppressing Wu Yi. Because he was afraid of failure, he did not want to delay anything. He wanted to take down Wu Yi as soon as possible, and decide victory with a heaven-shaking attack. Even if he was disrespectful to the patriarch, Yi Fan had to suppress Wu Yi first. Since the present life had been awakened, he had to interrogate him thoroughly. This soul body would definitely know more. The Heaven's Origin pattern network on the ground was almost destroyed. The fourth-generation patriarch had lost a great support, and his battle strength was clearly weakened. However, the fallen star was still there, and there were still many ancient formations. Apart from that, he himself had a great art that could directly change the heavens and earth. Not many could match him. His temporary method was equally terrifying. Boom! This was a world-shocking battle. Even though this fallen star was protected by countless formations, it was still broken into pieces at this moment. Then, it turned into cosmic dust. In the distance, many fallen stars flew over, forming a meteor shower. They shone with immortal light, and in that instant, it seemed as if they could penetrate through the past, present, and future. Yi Fan fought with the patriarch. This battle was extremely bitter and intense. When everything ended, the golden bloodstains on his body increased by quite a bit. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. Hell is the home of all spirits. I've come to receive you. Soul summoning. Wu Yi's eyes were blood red. He roared and shouted at Yi Fan. This was like a type of curse. Yi Fan's body was in pain. His red hair grew again, but the surface of his body was covered in golden blood. The blood-colored hair sizzled and continuously turned into ashes. Patriarch, stop struggling. You're not my opponent. Yi Fan stepped forward. A large golden hand stretched down, and tens of thousands of magical patterns appeared there. No! Wu Yi shouted. His blood-red eyes were terrifying. He wasn't willing to submit. His body actually expanded violently, and his red hair grew several meters long. They were like tentacles dancing about. Yi Fan cried out inwardly. Golden light shone brightly between his palms. Ancient symbols emerged one after another. The 9 mysterious ancient characters of the Tao scripture appeared. They opened up a small chaotic world here and began to suppress him. However, the soul within the body of the red-haired organism was extremely decisive. From the inside out, strands of Tao marks appeared. He had self-destructed. Streams of blood splashed out. Red hair danced in the air, and bone fragments shot in all directions. Blood was dripping everywhere. This place was like a battlefield of Azura. Patriarch! Yi Fan shouted. He rushed forward and activated the swordsman formula. His entire body shone, and all kinds of essence energy covered the sky and earth. They surged forward and reconstructed the shattered body. However, the reconstructed body was not complete. Moreover, the light he emitted was actually extremely corrosive, causing the bloody body to melt like snow. Yi Fan took a step back. He felt powerless and sad. Was this the fate of the Yuan Taoist master? Each and every one of them was so miserable. They couldn't have a good ending. On the reconstructed body, the blood-red color in his eyes receded. They were dim and without luster. His previous life had awakened. Wu Yi raised his head with difficulty and said, "This is the best ending for me." He actually smiled brilliantly. The red hair on his face receded, revealing his true appearance. Time had left too many scars, but one could still vaguely see the heroic appearance of his youth. Patriarch. Yi Fan couldn't change anything. He could only send him off in sadness. I've waited for this day for too long. Wu Yi seemed to have been freed, but Yi Fan could clearly see a trace of sadness in his dark eyes. The body of the 4th-generation patriarch split open. Rays of light flew out from between his brows. That was his scattered and decaying consciousness. Yi Fan felt bitter as he silently sent him off. Some light rained down, sparkling and translucent like withered flowers. Scenes appeared one after another. It was the course of Wu Yi's life. It was clearly a young man with a complexion like jade. He was completely different from the monster covered in red hair. It was impossible to associate them together. At that time, he was high-spirited and vigorous. He pointed out the rivers and mountains, and his name shook the world. How breathtaking and peerless he was. He was respected as a genius of a generation. Such a peerless hero has fallen just like that. Yi Fan could only sigh. He also saw some regret in Wu Yi's scenes of light rain. In the latter half of his life, he traveled all over the world and dug up many mountains and dragon veins just to pluck a god-life flower and save a woman whose consciousness had been extinguished. But in the end, he failed. The light rain scattered and Wu Yi's life came to an end. Yi Fan silently stood up. He cut off a meteorite and carved it into a stone coffin. He buried all the blood, bones, and some cosmic dust inside. He used the heaven and earth-changing great art. He borrowed the power of the sun, moon, and stars to shine on this stone coffin and banish it into the universe. Muddle-headed and lost your freedom. Just be buried in the universe. Don't know the beginning, don't know the end. Keep moving forward, forever free. Yi Fan used the technique and sent the stone coffin far away. He watched as it disappeared into the depths of the dark universe. The fourth-generation patriarch had fallen just like that. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan left that place. He rushed into the sky like a resplendent star streaking across the void. The Emperor Burial Star is suitable for burying ancient emperors. What does it have to do with the path to immortality? A myriad of thoughts ran through Yi Fan's mind. He thought of Mount Purple, which was known to seize the extreme fortune of heaven and earth. The undying heavenly emperor had been buried there, and later on, Great Emperor Wuxia had taken over. Then, he thought of the primal chaos dragon nest. It was known to be the nest of a true dragon, which had once been guarded by an ancient emperor. In the end, it became the burial ground of Great Emperor Ruthless. Chapter 1342. How many secrets had been buried in the boundless starry sky since ancient times? The passage of time was endless. Hundreds of millions of years in the starry sky couldn't be considered much. The legendary eras changed. Celestial being turned to ashes, the divine court was annihilated, the emperors decayed, and the great ancient emperors turned into a pile of yellow earth. These great eras passed one after another. How many heroes were buried in the passage of time? No one could stop it. Even if one was peerless in their generation, there would still be a day when their lives would come to an end. Supreme beings howled sorrowfully. Divine mountains collapsed, the four seas dried up, the sun and moon fell, and the river of stars shattered. However, they couldn't grasp anything. They could only fall in solitude. Since ancient times, heavenly geniuses fought for supremacy, stunning the ages, but it was all a futile struggle. In the long river of time, even the greatest heroes only had a short period of glory, only a moment of brilliance. They couldn't break through the shackles and coexist with the world. Celestial being, ancient emperors, great emperors, all of them had auras that devoured mountains and rivers, suppressing the cosmos. They plucked the stars and grabbed the moon, ruling over all regions. They were powerful and unrivaled, but what exactly did they leave behind? Every single one of them flourished for a time, making the entire cosmos tremble. However, even if they could split apart heaven and earth, destroy the universe, they still couldn't protect their own lives. These people's names all shook the ages, but they could only stay for a short moment in the boundless starry sky. The glory of the supreme beings, the dignity of the ancient emperors, the elegance of the emperors, they were all buried. It was only a moment for the cosmos to look back. The stars twinkled, and the cosmos was silent. Yi Fan stood in the starry sky, silently thinking about everything that had happened. He gazed into the depths of the icy star domain. Is this the next life's body buried here? Seizing the extreme mysteries of the world's natural luck, he said softly to himself. Wu Yi's words gave him too much inspiration, causing great waves to rise and fall within him. Emperor stars were buried. The path of immortality contained great mysteries from the archaic era until now. Ancestor, rest in peace. Yi Fan was a bit sad. That stone coffin had already entered the depths of the cosmos for several hours, but he still felt a bit bitter. The fourth-generation ancestor was shockingly brilliant, but the curtains fell just like that. He hid in the absolute beginning forbidden region, but it was useless. In the end, it was still miserable. The ancient method of pursuing the path to immortality, has anyone used it to take that step? Yi Fan asked himself. The undying heavenly emperor, the celestial silkworm race's 10 transformations ancient emperor, the merciless emperor. Yi Fan couldn't help but think of these people's names. Had they succeeded? Di Zun, emperor of fighting. Wu Shi the Great, emperor Qing, each and every one of them was a name that shocked the world. How far had they come? There was also the even more ancient celestial being, just how stunning was he? For the sake of pursuing long life, what kind of heaven-defying ancient methods were established? One by one, the brilliant names finally passed away. Yi Fan gazed at the other side of the starry sky. Would these ancient supreme beings be willing to accept this? Since the ancient times, he had been invincible and lonely. In the end, he had been defeated by the passage of time. Was there really no one who had struggled to find a path, a method? He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was still in a daze. Only when the little child's cry rang out from the cauldron did he come back to his senses. He let Xianxia out again, letting him stand in the golden sacred region. Xianxia followed him and gazed at the starry sky. Yi Fan searched this place for a long time. The city of the underworld no longer existed. This space had become a cut-off point, unable to allow nether soldiers to pass through. In the following days, Yi Fan searched the meteorite where the Taiji curve was located, but he didn't find anything special. Some formations still existed, but they had all decayed. He stood in the starry sky, gazing at the starry sky. Using a piece of the starry sky as a diagram, manipulating the stars and turning them into a huge Taiji divine diagram. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. It must have been a world-shaking work. Unfortunately, as time passed, the person who had laid the formation back then had long been turned to ashes. These traces were almost completely obliterated. Is this a huge teleportation formation? This is too vast. Where can we use it to go? It's beyond the 5-colored altar. Don't tell me it's connected to eternity. Yi Fan jumped out and gazed at the starry sky, seriously thinking about all kinds of possibilities. He thought of many things. Such a great work, such a vast formation diagram, but now it was all useless. Only the ancient city of the underworld on the meteorite was still in use. The others had all turned to ashes. The underworld used a part of it. Then, who should use the entire ancient diagram? Yi Fan thought about the underworld, and the first thing he thought of was the ancient heaven. Perhaps only such a colossus could have the courage to make such an arrangement. He took out an ancient scroll from within his body. It seemed to be forged from starlight, sparkling and translucent. It was like a thin veil, light and agile. On it was a sky full of stars, densely packed together. This was a mysterious ancient diagram related to the ancient heaven. It had once fallen into the hands of a few ancient sovereigns and great emperors. During the archaic years, the emperor of fighting had once held it and often gazed at the starry sky late at night. The glorious years passed. In this era, Yi Fan took it from the depths of the primal chaos dragon lair, the place where Vicious was buried. At this moment, he carefully observed it and compared it with this place. This rare treasure was still calm and didn't have the slightest reaction. He couldn't see anything from here. He flipped it over and looked at the back of the ancient diagram. Apart from the Earth's 99 dragon mountains where the immortal cauldrons were buried, there were 2 other diagrams, but he didn't know where they pointed. I can't find any similarities. Yi Fan frowned. The records on the immortal treasure diagram were different from the layout of this starry sky. He couldn't find any clues or abnormalities. He didn't give up. He prepared to fly to the Saint Physique ancient tomb first and then to the tyrant body burial ground. He wanted to explore these 2 extreme points of life. He really wanted to understand all of their secrets. What did the predecessors want to do here? He had all kinds of guesses in his heart. There's some special reaction. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was just trying it out and didn't expect that a pattern would really flicker on the ancient diagram. After that, a small star lit up. Was this the star where the Saint Physique ancient tomb was? Yi Fan moved quickly and almost every inch of the land was left with his footsteps. Unfortunately, there were no changes in the end. There was still only a small star flickering. After that, he didn't stop and turned to the tyrant body burial ground. He held the ancient diagram in his hand and carefully observed the mountains, rivers, and all living things. He quickly moved about this place. Another small star flickered and connected with the previous one. They handed over strands of patterns and turned into a misty apparition that was like the chi of yin and yang. The immortal treasure diagram had a reaction. It wasn't an inanimate object and actually produced such a change. The stars on the front dimmed, and among the 3 specific ancient diagrams on the back, one of them formed a small Taiji rune that flickered indeterminately. Of course, it was just a small rune that was imprinted on this diagram. It was like the embodiment of an ancient formation. This is. Yi Fan was deeply moved and gripped this ancient scroll tightly. After searching for a while, he sighed softly and gradually guessed the use of this place. This could be a vast teleportation ancient formation. He really didn't know how far it was from the road ahead. It actually used stars to lay out a diagram and transform into a huge celestial body starry door. The more Yi Fan studied it, the more he felt that this was very similar to the Taiji Bagua star door that had appeared when the 5-color sacrificial altar opened the ancient path. However, this place directly used stars to construct a great formation, so it had to be even vaster. This can't be the teleportation formation that leads to celestial domain, right? He shook his head before he even finished speaking. It was a little ridiculous. However, such a vast formation was really too astonishing. Yi Fan had also thought about trying to restore all the formation markings, but it was almost impossible for him to do it alone. Every star in this area had formations on them, and even the sun star was no exception. Sigh, maybe only by completely activating this star divine diagram can I know all the secrets. Yi Fan sighed softly and put away the ancient diagram. Even if this star river's layout was related to the immortal treasure ancient scroll in his hands, he still needed to activate this divine formation in order to reveal some clues. He silently noted it down. He couldn't do it now, but in the future, if he worked together with the Black Emperor, Duanda, and the others, there might be a day when this vast ancient formation could be revived. Yi Fan returned to the 50th city of the human race and went to see the guide. He had many questions to ask, and found that he was currently drinking with Yang Yinting in his own donkey meat restaurant. Donkey meat hot pot, aged fine wine, and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. It made even the little rotten child want to drink a few bottles of old wine. Brat, you really are a star of calamity. Wherever you go, people will die, and once they die, it will be a large number. You really don't attract people's attention. The guide Zhao Gongyi's face was full of curly beard, like steel needles, and said with a drunken tone. Yi Fan was embarrassed. He naturally knew that he was talking about the Grey Clan. He could only be speechless and drink on his own. Whoever sees you will be unlucky. Wherever you go, death follows. I say. Are you from the underworld? Zhao Gongyi glanced at him. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and he said, I was just about to ask Senior, do you know about the underworld? What? I said you're fat, and you're panting. Are you doing this on purpose? The guide said in a bad mood. Yi Fan shook his head and asked about everything related to the underworld. With a solemn expression, he told him everything he saw on the meteorite. What, the underworld? Yin soldiers passed through our star field? Zhao Gongyi put down his wine cup and stood up. Yes, uncle is very powerful. After entering the underworld, those ghosts can't do anything to us. Young, she said innocently. Zhao Gongyi's expression was incomparably solemn, and he said, although the ancient heaven has been destroyed, and although there are signs that the underworld still exists, I didn't expect so many Yin soldiers to pass through. Are they trying to destroy a vast star field? Those Yin soldiers aren't very strong. Yi Fan said. These Yin soldiers were summoned from various ancient lands of life, and they can only be considered ancient corpses. Naturally, they aren't very strong. However, once they enter the underworld, it will be completely different. Many of the Yin soldiers will awaken their strength from their previous life. At that time, they will be extremely terrifying. Zhao Gongyi's tall and sturdy body revealed a trace of worry. Who was the underworld going to deal with? Was this a war that had continued since the era of legends? Even he only had a smattering of knowledge about it. This was an extremely serious matter, and he quickly left. He had to report this matter to the upper echelons through the starry sky ancient path. Not long after, he returned with a dignified expression and said, "My eldest disciple personally went to deliver the letter. I expect that in the near future, there will be a great change in the starry sky." This ancient path was the legacy of the celestial court during the era of legends. The underworld that had been hidden for many eras had suddenly reappeared. These past few years, they had been moving their troops along this ancient path in preparation for war. This was not a good omen, and no one knew which region they would attack. Few experts who have set foot on the starry sky path might have the opportunity to enter some special ancient regions in the future to participate in the War of Gods and gain experience. After hearing this, Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Was this really a great era? Was the era of legends continuing? His gaze was resolute and fearless. He firmly believed that he was invincible in this world. Who cared about the underworld or the gods? They would all be suppressed. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. There is some news coming from your old friend who also came from the Emperor Burial Star." "What?" Yi Fan jumped to his feet. Chapter 1343. Who is it? Where are they now? Yi Fan's emotions rose and fell intensely. After so many years, there was still no news of his old friends. It made him feel gloomy. "Wu, it's a pair of brother and sister." The guide envoy Zhao Gongyi spoke in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow. While speaking, he poured a cup of amber-colored wine and drank it. A mellow fragrance lingered about. Yi Fan became absent-minded. After so many years, were the old friends finally going to reunite after being separated by two sides of the starry sky? He rode alone and fought bloody battles for 10 years, finally arriving at the human race's first trial. After that, the ancient path was severed, and he only arrived here after another 20 years. During this period of time, his name spread. The divine body that came from the burial Emperor Star stirred up quite a commotion in the nearby cities. Many people believed that if nothing unexpected happened, he would become a generation-dominating expert in the future. After so many years, Yi Fan didn't meet any of his old friends. He could only privately inquire about them, not daring to openly spread their names. Otherwise, they might end up in danger. It was because many pairs of eyes were paying attention to everything about him. There were many enemies. This pair of brother and sister are extremely formidable. After so many years, they always kept a low profile and were almost overlooked. Now, they rose up at the crucial moment, seizing the opportunity to escape. The guide envoy said. "Are they surnamed Ji?" Yi Fan asked. He couldn't be sure. There were two pairs of brother and sister who stepped on the ancient path in Big Dipper. Their statuses were all extraordinary, each having their own natural luck. They are from the demon race, but they have mysterious ancient artifacts on them, hiding their identities. They were never exposed along the way. Zhao Gongyi said. "It's them, the southern demon siblings." Yi Fan wasn't surprised at this result. The Ji family siblings were chasing after the Void Emperor's coffin. Even though they were on this path, no one knew which part of the ancient path they were on. "Rumor has it that they want to meet with you," the guide said. In recent years, Yi Fan's power flourished day by day. He killed the human race's great commander and fought intensely against the Holy Spirit bloodline. When the ancient path was severed, he swept through the foreign race's younger generation. During these days, he naturally drew the attention of some people. "How are they? Are they okay?" Yi Fan asked. The ancient roads were densely packed, and each of them led to a common destination. The demon race, the human race, and the celestial race all had their own ancient roads. Usually, they would compete with their own kind, and it was rare for them to cross regions to train. It was because once he did this, he might draw the attention of others and become the common enemy of many cultivators. It would be difficult for him to survive. Countless years ago, a young demon emperor walked on the ancient road of the human race. He fought his way to the top. Very few dared to do so. They're living well. They're about to cross regions and jump out of the human race's ancient path, said the guide envoy. There was a world-shocking ancient demon who came to this boundless starry domain to discuss some matters with the human race Dao protectors. He coincidentally discovered the southern demon and was shocked that he was the reincarnation of a demon god. He wanted to bring him away. Zhao Gongyi didn't know much about it. He had only heard about it by chance, and because it was related to Yi Fan, he told him about it. Yi Fan inquired in detail and learned a few things. He didn't expect the southern demon to let that ancient demon bring them back to meet him. After so many years, he was finally going to meet some old friends. What about my divine light platform? When are you going to reward me? Yi Fan asked. The guide envoy on the ancient path owed him a divine object and hadn't given it to him yet. Divine light platforms are truly too rare. There isn't even a single one left, Zhao Gongyi replied. I don't believe it. How could such a vast ancient path lack a divine platform? Yi Fan was extremely dissatisfied. Just how much time had been owed to him? In the spirit of peaceful, friendly, and orderly competition, we feel that it's better for you to move steadily and steadily. Take things one step at a time. The guide envoy suggested. He said that he was a star of calamity. Wherever he went, he would bring the aura of death with him. Moreover, once he died, it would be a nest, an expanse. It was best if he didn't cross some roads and randomly get involved. What the hell is this? Yi Fan couldn't change anything even if he was dissatisfied. Next, Zhao Gongyi spoke of another matter with a solemn expression. His old enemy was about to return and fight him. The appearance of the tyrant physique was definitely a major event. Many of the older generation were paying attention and discussing this matter. A huge wave had already formed on the road ahead. Many people feel that it's best if you don't clash now. It's still too early, especially with such a large-scale mobilization of troops from the underworld. The old fellows don't want one of the two great physiques to be killed, the guide said. If he comes, I'll fight him. If he doesn't, we'll meet again in the future, Yi Fan said calmly. He was so calm, but Yang Yinting couldn't sit still. He clenched his fists. This was the destined battle between the tyrant physique and the saint physique. All these years, he had suffered too much humiliation in his heart. How good would it be if I was born a generation earlier, the little fellow Yang, she said angrily as she clenched her fists. It's still too early for this battle. It will definitely be stopped. Especially in this era, chaos has appeared frequently. We don't know where the underworld and the gods will fight. Some of the Dao protectors on the ancient road are apprehensive and will avoid the tragedy of the early death of a seed-level hero. 2 days later, the altar of the human race's 50th pass flickered. The news brought by the people on the ancient road broke the silence. Do you guys know that the tyrant physique is coming back? Back then, the person who rode across the sky alone and was invincible, sweeping through all the heroes of the various regions, is about to reappear. What? The person with the tyrant firmament blood flowing in his body turned around and came back. No one dared to provoke him on the road ahead. Why is he killing his way back? This was a shocking news that stirred up a huge uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. They were fearful of the tyrant firmament body. Many things had happened in the past that were still fresh in their memories. The tyrant physique was about to face the saint physique. This was a battle destined by fate. Without a doubt, after a short period of shock, everyone thought of something. Yi Fan had come and the burial emperor's star sacred physique had appeared. These two great physiques had been mortal enemies since ancient times. Today, they were going to continue the battle of their ancestors, a world-shaking battle. The human race's 50th city was in an uproar. Everyone was looking forward to it. This was definitely the most anticipated battle since they stepped onto the ancient road. On the road ahead, there were a few young supreme beings who seemed to be purposely avoiding something. Their subordinates had clashed many times, but they still hadn't fought personally to carry out a peak life and death battle. No one would have thought that a young supreme being would turn around and kill his way back. He was going to take action from the back and be the first to break the stalemate. Was this a sign that he was going to start a massacre? This is the prelude. The world-shocking battle between the tyrant physique and the sacred physique is about to begin. From now on, the entire ancient road will boil. The young supreme beings will fight one after another, and the ancient roads will collapse. Someone made such a shocking prediction. Great Guide Envoy, didn't you say that there would be people stopping all of this? But why is the person with the tyrant firmament blood coming back? Yang Yunting was anxious. He was well aware that Yi Fan had stepped onto the ancient road later than the tyrant physique. He feared that his cultivation realm might be inferior. Zhao Gongyi also frowned. Was there no one blocking the road ahead? He sighed and said, on this ancient road, anything can happen. There are people who oppose it, but there are naturally people who hope for this battle to happen. He didn't say it clearly, but everyone could feel that there were some people who had selfish motives and were biased towards the physique they approved of. That was why the battle between the tyrant physique and the sacred physique was about to happen. Don't worry, I believe that there will be people who will step out and not let this life and death battle happen so quickly, said Zhao Gongyi. I hope that a battle between deities will happen in the future and not right now, said Yang Yunting. In reality, although many people were looking forward to the battle between the sacred physique and tyrant physique, they couldn't help but feel some regret in their hearts. In the past, a battle between the two physiques had happened. Now that they met too early, it would inevitably lower the influence of this battle. Once the trial takers set foot on the star passage, they can't turn back to kill those who came after them. The battle in the depths of the starry sky is the right path and the best choice. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the rules. This is nothing. The rules are dead, and the people are alive. The tyrant blood of the ether is strong enough. Even if the law enforcers appeared, they most likely wouldn't be able to stop them. Discussions regarding the sacred physique and tyrant physique were everywhere in the city. There were often messengers coming and going on this long star passage. Usually, it was the guide envoys who delivered important news. This time, other than reporting to the guide envoys, the messenger also brought a letter of challenge from the tyrant physique ahead. It was obvious that the tyrant body of the ether had established an illustrious reputation on the road ahead. Everything he did was valued by people. The guide envoys on the road ahead had allowed this messenger to bring along an attendant of the tyrant body. It could be said that they had given him enough face and regarded him with great importance. In this chaotic battle, the young supreme being who had the tyrant blood of the ether flowing in his body had established an invincible reputation on the road ahead and was revered as the tyrant king. The tyrant body of the ether didn't always come from a certain clan. Just like the sacred physique, after a period of time, one of them might be born from different castes. The letter that chaotic battle had someone send over only had the word battle dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight and emitted a monstrous domineering aura and battle intent. It was like an overlord standing in front of them. Battle. These words were written in immemorial divine texts and contained the essence, chi, and spirit of a young supreme being. They seeped through the paper and gave off a clanging sound like the cry of a sword. On this day, streaks of primal chaos sword chi rushed into the sky and broke the tranquility. It made the hearts of all the heroes tremble. What kind of person was this? The one-word letter of challenge was already so shocking and made people feel a chill. Tyrant King hopes that you can wait for him in the 50th city of the human race. Go all out and let this battle shine brilliantly. The attendant of the tyrant body of the ether was a young man named Lu Yun. He was rather handsome with black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were clear and bright, and his cultivation was powerful. Many people in the city were secretly apprehensive because they knew that they weren't a match for him. Will he be able to come? Asked Yi Fan. Dao brother Yi, please be at ease. The tyrant king will do what he says and will definitely come back to fight. He won't let everyone down, said Lu Yun in a steady and calm manner. The people present all whispered when they heard this. He was clearly going to charge back, and the enforcers and envoys couldn't stop him. He was going to turn back and fight. Why must he fight in the 50th city of the human race? Asked Yi Fan calmly. During the Desolate Era, a divine battle had once taken place here. The Tyrant King wants to continue writing his glory and make this place the war city of the tyrant blood of the Ether bloodline. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Chaotic Battle was truly confident and domineering. He wanted to turn this place into the land of glory for the tyrant body bloodline and illuminate everyone with the divine glory of victory so that the sacred physique bloodline wouldn't lose face. Chapter 1344. How arrogant. Isn't he afraid that this place will become the burial ground of the tyrant blood of the firmament? Longma puffed out white smoke from his nostrils as he strode forward. His bull-sized hooves shattered the bluestone ground. Uncle Ma, take it easy. Don't damage the ancient city, a soldier beside him said. These days, they were already familiar with Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others. A group of sacred beasts wandered around the city leisurely, causing the soldiers in the city to feel pressured. Fortunately, there were no conflicts. The tyrant has always been like this, saying what he wants to say. He has decided to set the battlefield at the 50th city of the human race, and I believe he will not change his mind, said Lu Yun. His green robes fluttered in the wind, and there was an indifferent and otherworldly aura about him. Everyone couldn't help but release a light sigh. The Overlord's divine might was matchless, fighting his way into the depths of the ancient path. Even the messenger he sent out was unordinary, his cultivation deep and immeasurable. What he says is true. Nothing in the world changes according to his will. But one thing is certain, I will accept this battle, Yi Fan said. His expression was calm as he accepted the challenge. A fated battle was unavoidable. The human race's 50th city erupted with commotion at this moment. The person with the firmament tyrant blood constitution was going to turn around and fight against the divine body from the burial emperor star. This caused everyone to discuss passionately, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't looking forward to it. In the past few decades, there were quite a few heroes whose bones were buried in foreign lands, dying on the training paths, but there had never been a battle that drew as much attention as this. This was a huge sensation. I'm really looking forward to seeing the two bloodlines awaken one after the other after countless years of silence. They've come to the starry sky ancient road, and the battle of the peak will be revealed. I've never felt my blood boiling like today. I can't wait to see the final result of this battle. Within the city, the minds of many cultivators surged, finding it difficult to calm down. They wished for nothing more than for the supreme experts of the tyrant blood of the firmament to immediately return and start this great battle. The tyrant hadn't arrived yet. He had only sent a letter of challenge, and the holy physique had accepted the challenge. His voice was already like a landslide and a tsunami, which showed how influential this battle was. Lu Yun's eyes were clear. Dao brother Yi, do you mean you don't want to fight in the space where the 50th human city is located? But the tyrant has already chosen this place. I told you, the world doesn't revolve around him, Yi Fan said. Everyone quietened down, not wanting to miss a single word from them. This battle affected everyone's hearts, and they were afraid of missing out on anything. The scene instantly became silent. Lu Yun said, Daoist brother Yi, don't you think it's very meaningful to fight here? More than 100,000 years ago, the 50th city of the human race had an earth-shattering battle that shocked the entire starry sky. Now, the battle of glory is continuing here. Isn't it a beautiful story? What do you mean? Are you provoking me? I will suppress you first. Longma turned hostile on the spot. The Golden Lion, Black Bear Saint, Scorpio and the others stepped forward, following its lead. Everyone, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of provoking you. In the past, the tyrant Empyrean blood was supreme, reigning supreme in the world. Meanwhile, the divine physique was defeated here, his blood dyeing the starry skies. Choosing this place to fight in this era has an extraordinary meaning. If the divine physique wins, won't he reverse everything and wash away the humiliation? Lu Yun replied calmly. Everyone revealed strange expressions. What he said could be considered the truth, but it had opened up the scars of the divine physique lineage. Blood spilled in the outer realm and bones buried in a foreign land. This was a kind of sorrow. Everyone was paying close attention. They didn't know if he did it intentionally or unintentionally. Letting the divine physique fight in this sorrowful place was really a desperate battle. It's not like the divine physique lineage hasn't killed the overlord physique before. Why not go to that ancient land and let the overlord physique know his humiliation and become courageous? Wouldn't that be a beautiful story? Longma sneered. Those ancient regions are very difficult to find, Lu Yun replied. Yi Fan waved his hand and didn't let them continue arguing. To him, there was no sorrow or humiliation. He didn't care about it at all. He was invincible in the present world, regardless of bloodline or the past. I just want to ask, will he definitely come? Yes, the overlord's words count. Everything just now was his idea. I'm just a messenger, Lu Yun replied with certainty. How long will it take? Yi Fan asked again. It won't be too long. He'll be here soon, Lu Yun replied. During these years, the depths of the starry skies were in an uproar. A tomb that was suspected to be the tomb of an ancient great emperor would crack from time to time. The various heroes had attacked it for many years, and the overlord had also taken action before. They had to settle things in the near future before they could leave that place. I don't have time to wait for him. If you want to fight, then hurry up and go. But the overlord said that the decisive battle of the human race's 50th trial has extraordinary meaning for both of you, Lu Yun said with difficulty. Yi Fan calmly replied, go and tell him that wherever I stand, even if it's less than 3 meters, it can still be a world-shaking battlefield. No matter where it is, he can fight. Everyone was shaken. Even though the divine physique that came from the Emperor Burial Star didn't usually speak impassioned words, this kind of calm confidence made people's hearts tremble. It displayed a kind of neutral and peaceful atmosphere. Yi Fan's conviction was strong. He was calm and collected. After he finished speaking, he didn't say a word and just stared ahead. Lu Yun's heart trembled. Before coming here, he still had some thoughts in his mind. If the divine physique was far from maturing, he could very well make the first move and kill him, leaving behind a good story. Now, it seemed like the other party's calm attitude made him feel uncertain. He put away his thoughts and waited for the master with the tyrant ether blood to resolve everything himself. Do you have anything else to say? Longma asked. It felt that the tyrant ether blood was too arrogant. It wanted nothing more than to trample the overlord to death with its hoof. Yes. Lu Yun nodded and presented the letter of challenge with both hands. Isn't it just the word to fight? Even we saw it. Is there a need to act like this? You treat it as a treasure, but we don't, the 9-tailed crocodile said. The overlord said that if the divine physique can't even accept the letter of challenge, then he will be very disappointed. Lu Yun said seriously. This kind of paper suddenly shone brightly. The bloody fight word on it was even more glaring than before. It erupted with a soaring battle intent. Every stroke was trembling like a heavenly sword chi. The bloody fight word trembled, causing the entire sky to crack. It was as if it was about to fall. Everyone's expression changed, and they all retreated at the first moment. Dong, the sound of a bell shook the boundless sky. It was as if a tyrannical bell had awakened. The tyrant ether blood supreme physique from hundreds of thousands of years ago had reappeared, and a kind of terrifying ripple spread. Of course, it didn't attack everyone. The bell ripples seemed to have a spirit, and they all pounced at Yi Fan's people. The others could only feel that kind of trembling aura, but they weren't seriously injured. This is too terrifying. It's just a piece of paper and a bloody word, yet it actually emits such a tyrannical aura. It contains the overlord's spiritual will. That's right. This kind of fluctuation is comparable to a saint king. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that this was just a piece of paper, yet a bloody word written on it already possessed such might. How terrifying would a true overlord be? Someone with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body is truly terrifying. He is worthy of being the supreme expert of the younger generation on this ancient path. This kind of method is truly heaven-defying. Who can contend against him? There were many natives of the 50th human city, and there were many ancient clans. Right now, even some powerful old clan leaders were sighing in admiration. Their expressions all changed, and their hearts were shaken. It's just a piece of paper, yet the overlord physique is formidable. It's truly heaven-defying. The city was in an uproar. Everyone now felt some sympathy for Yifan. With such a powerful old enemy rushing back, even if he was a saint king with a burial emperor star bloodline, he would most likely be in danger. He has long reached the saint king realm. The envoy Zhao Gongyi was also paying attention here. He spoke of the chaotic battle realm, or else how could he have left behind such a terrifying spiritual will? Then what should we do? Yang Shi raised her head and asked with a tender voice. I believe the Dao protectors will appear and stop this battle. They also don't wish for a young sovereign to die now, the envoy said. Runes rose from the ground in front of Yifan, transforming into a hand of light that received the letter of challenge. Even though the word of battle had split the sky, it was unable to destroy the hand of light in the end. This was the embodiment of Ingenesis technique. It was unknown how many divine roots had been buried in the 50th human city, and there was a world-shaking formation set up to protect this ancient city. Now that Yifan's Genesis technique had reached the heavens, and his feet were connected to the earth, he was naturally able to draw upon the divine energy and make it his own. Lu Yun was shocked and quickly retreated. He originally thought that the Overlord's essence, qi, and spirit would definitely cause the saint physique to be flustered. He didn't expect that the Overlord physique wouldn't even make a move. I've already read this letter, said Yifan. The paper fell to the ground, and he stepped on it. Ripples of light circulated around him as he calmly left. Everyone was shocked. The chaotic battle was tyrannical, and the person in front of them was also very imposing. Stepping on the letter of challenge with one foot was enough to explain everything. A battle between a saint physique and an overlord physique was absolutely unavoidable. Lu Yun was puzzled. No matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be so calm. He could actually step on the letter of challenge without triggering a shocking attack on the paper. He couldn't believe that someone could actually step on the Overlord's spiritual power. He walked forward with suspicion and picked up the bloody letter of challenge. There were faint Dao runes on it. Lu Yun cursed inwardly and hurriedly threw it away. He quickly retreated, but he was still a step too late. The Overlord's spiritual power rushed out like a tsunami. Everyone was shocked and retreated. It felt like an overlord who could swallow mountains and rivers was roaring and shaking a large bell. Its divine power was matchless and could even injure a saint king. Pfft! Lu Yun screamed. Even though his reaction was fast, his body was almost torn into pieces. He was sent flying, and his blood dyed the void red. Yifan didn't look back. Not everyone knew the 6 seals of immortals. He could easily seal the letter of challenge and step on it. Naturally, he could also release the seal in an instant. Once the letter of challenge was activated, it was equivalent to an attack from a saint king. Lu Yun had activated it and presented it to Yifan, but now it was picked up by him. He was suddenly attacked, and his body and spirit were almost destroyed. The news that the saint physique was going to fight the overlord physique not only caused a stir in the human race's 50th test, but also spread to the nearby ancient roads and cities. Is this real or fake? This is like a battle between the younger generation. We can't miss it. We must go and see it to the end. What a pity, there's no divine light platform. Ask the envoy to bring us to watch the battle. The ancient roads were in an uproar as the news spread further and further. What? Yifan is here. That damned overlord body of the firmament dares to bully my brother. When I get out, the first thing I'll do is kill you. Someone, come, whoever pulls me out of this damned tomb, I'll give him a scroll of the demon emperor immortal scripture. The news spread quickly, and even some of the cultivators were discussing it. Chapter 1345. Hey, did you guys hear something? The group stopped. They were very cautious in this forbidden zone and didn't dare to be careless. This was a continent floating in the universe, and it was suspected to be the entrance to the tomb of the ancient emperors. Countless experts had rushed over and attacked it for dozens of years to no avail. In this star field, there were more than a dozen similar continents. Some of them were bigger than planets and had existed since ancient times. No one knew how many years they had been drifting in the cold universe. No one could confirm which one was the real tomb. In recent years, several of them had cracked and emitted wisps of Emperor's aura, causing people's souls to tremble. In the end, some people speculated that these continents were originally one and were the tomb of an ancient emperor. However, it had disintegrated for some reason. Every one of them could be the real tomb and couldn't be ignored. However, they were also forbidden zones for life. Countless people had died over the years, but none of them had been able to dig out the main tomb. It was said that one of the great sages of the human race had lost their lives. One of the holy spirits that had sneakily attacked from the outer realms had also died. As for the ancient evil gods that had launched a large-scale attack, 2 of them had perished. It could be said to be a bloody burial ground. Usually, there would be many cultivators here. They were all kinds of teams searching for the immortal treasures of the ancient emperors. Today, the strongest person in this team was at the Saint King realm, and the weakest was at the Saint King realm. There were 5 people in total, and it could be said that they were very powerful. To be able to form a team from the first stage of the human race and kill their way to this place, none of them were ordinary. At the very least, in terms of luck, those who could survive to this place could be said to be blessed by the heavens. The fact that they didn't die after fighting for dozens of years was enough to say something. At this moment, they heard faint shouts coming from the depths of the cracked ground. Naturally, they were surprised. Someone had entered the tomb? This was too shocking. This was definitely a shocking matter. Someone had entered the tomb of the ancient emperors? Even if this continent floating in the depths of the universe wasn't the main tomb, no one had broken through it. This was too shocking. Did you guys hear that? Someone really beat us to it. What should we do? These people were all wily old foxes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to live until now. They all rolled their eyes. We were talking about the duel between the sacred body and the overlord body on the Emperor Burial Star, and we were overheard by the people below. I seem to have heard him say that the sacred body was his brother. Their hearts jumped intensely, because the main point wasn't these words, but rather that the person said that he would gift an immortal scripture to whoever helped him break free. After all, anyone who could enter the depths of the great necropolis would definitely have something to gain. This is a piece of heavenly sound stone, no wonder it could hear us, able to transmit sound from the distant underground depths. There really is someone down there. They were troubled. The seal was incredibly terrifying, and they couldn't break it at all. Those above, I'll guide you all. You have to follow the correct path to break through. When the time comes, I'll pass down unmatched immortal scriptures to you all. The people below shouted again. The 5 of them gave each other a look, all of their faces revealing strange expressions. They charged into the depths of the starry sky, fighting until today, so they had long corrected their mentality. They knew that they definitely couldn't compete on the Emperor's path anymore. With those young supreme beings here, forget about them, even the most stunning heroes didn't have a trace of hope. Now, they only wanted to seize more natural luck on this path, become the experts of a region, and not focus on the entire cosmos. Right now, a great opportunity was right below. Forget about whether they could kill the people below or rescue them, just taking down the entrance to the great necropolis was already a natural luck. In the depths of the ancient tomb, every single item was a priceless treasure. They believed that as long as they charged through the entrance, they definitely wouldn't return empty-handed. Even though this one has an immortal scripture, I don't have a suitable inheritor. Why don't you all become my disciples? I'll pass down the ancient immortal methods to you all to promote my Tao. The people above were a bit speechless. This person's skin really was thick. Was he asking for help? He was clearly trapped here, yet he still wanted to take them in as disciples. We didn't come here to seek a master. One of them said unhappily. Since that's the case, let's treat each other as equals. This one has been reading the great necropolis scriptures here all year round, and I really want to find someone to discuss it with. I naturally won't mistreat my junior brothers. Apart from this, there is an ancient immortal peach tree here. For cultivators, there are endless benefits. Are you all willing to follow at my side? You will definitely be able to display your brilliance. The people above looked at each other in dismay. Something wasn't right no matter how they thought about it. This person really was a bit thick-skinned. He didn't want to be a master, yet he wanted to take them in as underlings. Wasn't he a bit asking for a beating? One of them said, "How could the immortal peach tree be in the great underground tomb?" A deep male voice transmitted from the depths of the ancient tomb. It naturally isn't the entire ancient tree. This is a coffin, an immortal coffin that only a deity from the legendary era could possess. It was carved from the immortal peach tree. What? The main cave of the ancient great emperor's tomb is here? The expressions of the 5 people changed. However, they quickly calmed down, not really believing it. There is a crack on the west side of the heavenly sound stone. Walk down for a dozen or so li, and you will see a crystal wall. You can see a corner of the great tomb from there. The person below pointed. They naturally understood that the person below wanted to break free. Everything he was doing was to lure them in. Only by moving them would they be able to help. No matter what, it wasn't a lie that this person was in the depths of the ancient tomb. They naturally wanted to find out the truth and see if there was a heaven-defying great opportunity here. Soon after, the group of people descended for a dozen or so li. They really did see a flaw in this great tomb. It was a crystal wall, and they could vaguely see some of the scenery inside. Why did a crystal wall appear now? They were puzzled. Have you all forgotten about that ancient sacred spirit? That was the great sage realm, and he bled in front of the great emperor's tomb. The crystal wall was formed from his stone body. The person in the tomb was extremely patient and continuously explained. "You, what are you eating?" At this time, a female saint king cried out in alarm. She saw a tall and sturdy male through the crystal wall. His hair was disheveled, and he was currently chewing on a coffin board. "Evil spirit, he's not human. He's eating corpses." One of the experts felt his scalp go numb as he cried out in alarm. They originally didn't believe that someone could enter the tomb of an ancient great emperor. Now that they saw a heroic male that was much more imposing than ordinary people eating a coffin through the crystal wall, they immediately thought of a few terrifying legends. This is the undying will of an ancient great emperor. He's retaliating. Could it be that he wants to eat the emperor's corpse? It's too terrifying. This is a divine corpse that has returned to the sun. It survived the calamity and escaped the punishment of the heavens. It is related to the ancient great emperor and became a terrifying deity. None of the 5 of them were weak, but right now, they all felt a chill run down their spine. They continuously retreated, not wanting to stay here for even a moment longer. Truly ignorant. This is an immortal peach coffin carved from an undying divine tree. It is equivalent to the main body of an undying divine medicine. It is a priceless immortal medicine. When the 5 of them turned pale with fright, a voice of disdain sounded from within. "He's looking down on us. The will of a god wouldn't have such rich emotional fluctuations. Could it be that he's really alone?" The 5 experts quickly conversed. They were all a bit depressed. But, eating coffin boards isn't something an ordinary person can do. The saintess felt a lingering fear in her heart. She felt that the person inside was somewhat terrifying. He was definitely a demon king. This is nothing. It's just an ownerless ancient coffin. I even ate the coffin of the undying heavenly emperor back then. Moreover, although the taste isn't that great, this is a genuine immortal medicine. Actually, I wanted to leave a few coffin boards for you guys. Since that's the case, I'll just eat them all. The 5 people outside were speechless. What kind of person was inside? He even felt superior from eating coffins. How strong and thick of a nerve did he have to be able to do this? But after some thought, they felt that it made sense. That was the main trunk of the undying peach tree, a true immortal medicine. This immediately made them feel conflicted. Junior brothers, hurry up and help me. After I escape, I still have to kill the Overlord Heaven's body. I can't waste even a minute. The person below didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. The 5 experts were a bit speechless. What kind of person was this? He really didn't regard himself as an outsider. They were still considering whether or not to kill him and take everything inside. This person doesn't seem simple. He was able to eat the undying peach tree, and according to him, he even ate the coffin of the undying heavenly emperor. He's definitely not a simple person. Should we make friends with him? One of them said. What are you talking about? He wants to be our master. Even if he doesn't succeed, he still wants to take us in as his underlings. Have you seen such a person before? He's definitely not a good person. Let's just think of a way to get rid of him. Don't rush to a conclusion. Let's take a look first. The 5 people outside were a bit depressed and conflicted as they discussed. To be honest, they really didn't know what to feel about the person inside. Junior brothers and sisters, hurry up. Time is precious. Let's act quickly. The person in the depths of the ancient tomb urged. Motherf *Ker, he really thinks he's our senior brother. Even begging others so boldly and confidently. One of them said unhappily. Junior brothers, please listen well. I'll pass on a scripture to you guys. It will be greatly beneficial for you guys. The person inside really passed on a segment of an incomparably profound ancient technique. Dao scripture, this seems to be the legendary Dao scripture. He really passed on a large segment to us. The people outside were all shocked. Several days later, they became even more conflicted. They dug up the tomb while listening to that fellow call them little brothers while listening to a segment of Dao scripture ancient technique. If this continues, I'll really think that he's that senior brother of mine who passed away in meditation. The people in the depths of the ancient tomb began to call them junior brothers and sisters more and more smoothly. They originally resisted it to the point of numbness. They already didn't have the mood to refute and oppose it. They seemed to be getting used to it. Junior brothers and sisters, if this continues, we won't be able to break through the entrance without several thousand years. Why don't you guys go and call over the scum with the tyrant Firmament blood? I'll give him a lesson, have him break through here. The others all looked down on him. This fella seemed to have no lower limit. Didn't he say he was going to kill the young supreme being with the tyrant Firmament blood flowing through his body? Now, he actually wanted others to help him break out. Junior brothers and sisters, it really is hard for you guys to open this entrance. Back then, I used that rare opportunity to enter when the Holy Spirit transformed into the Tao. Now, I can only spread the news and find some manual laborers to break through. Otherwise, we won't be able to open it. If we don't do this, it will be hard for you all to obtain the immortal medicines, ancient scriptures, and divine artifacts. However, you all don't need to worry. Since you are all my junior brothers and sisters, once I break free, I'll give you all a great natural opportunity. The 5 great experts were at a loss again. They really couldn't open it with just themselves, doing useless things. However, they were a bit unwilling to let the news out just like that. Even though there are no emperor corpses here, there is a great emperor's formation. Once it's activated, even if you bring an extreme imperial weapon, you all will have to die. Call the overlord over, it'll be easy to take care of him. I have a way to break free. The few of them cursed silently. Who was thinking about whether or not he could break free? What they were worried about was the immortal treasury inside. If I break free, doesn't that mean that the immortal treasury has appeared? It's all on me. I am your senior brother, it's your natural opportunity. The few of them cursed inwardly. They had never seen such a thick-skinned person before. However, after thinking about it carefully, they really had to make this person come out. Why don't we let him become one of us? I feel like this person definitely has some redeeming qualities. That's true. Otherwise, how could he have lived until now? I want to give him a beating. This was their secret discussion. Several days later, a shocking piece of news spread out. The overlord left the continent he conquered, slaughtering his way towards another continent that might have an emperor's tomb. So what if you have the tyrant Empyrean blood in your body? I can suppress you with a single hand. In the depths of the ancient tomb, a certain person spoke extremely arrogantly. The overlord's expression was cold. He didn't do it for anything else, he just wanted to open the great tomb and obtain the immortal treasury inside. He didn't react to this type of provocation. This fella is truly daring, provoking the overlord. Isn't he scared of being killed by a young supreme being the instant the ancient tomb is opened? Do you think someone who wanted to become our master and directly became our senior brother can be a refined and courteous person with integrity? He's definitely not a good person. The 5 great experts discussed. They were full of disdain and sorrow. The entire star domain was shaken. The overlord originally wanted to fight against the divine body, but now, he actually temporarily put everything aside and attacked an ancient tomb first. Many people were drawn over. I feel like he really is acquainted with the divine body. He seems to want to share some of the burden and keep the overlord here. One of the 5 great experts made this judgment. A great commotion was set off in the depths of the cosmos. During these past few years, no one could enter the depths of the ancient tomb. Now, they unexpectedly found out that someone succeeded. How could this be shocking? Many experts hurried